Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第180九天 is day 189. We're doing things a little bit differently today. We're gonna start with HanziHero because WaniKani lessons are not actually until 5. I'm trying to move my schedule back to the earlier time. So I actually started a little bit later today. Then I woke up. So it should take about an hour and a half, which will bring us up to 5 p.m. by the time we get to WaniKani. Let's start with HanziHero today. Yesterday, we had a few things. Yeah, there we go. So let's go over them quickly. We had one. Bureaucrat. I think that's how you spell it. Also Bing. Combine. Oh, I actually wrote that a little bit too big. It's fine.戏剧for drama. 毕竟 as well. 毕竟yeah. And 静 There's definitely 3 lines there, right? I have to look. Oh, it's weird. So what was this? Ting. After all. And there's a pivot. Jing. Exactly. They're kind of about the same. And there are some extra ones, like zhi, which is system, like in zhi du. I think I'm missing something at the top. Maybe there's I'm missing something at the top. 制度, which also system. Do is degree. It's a complementary character. Or supplementary character. Is there anything else? There is another one. I think this is pretty good. Let's see if it comes up. All right. Let's get to it. All right.
燃烧
燃烧 ignite and burn. Or ignite, honestly. Still ignite is fine too. 燃烧的什么？燃烧的木 something 很热。
燃烧的木炭很热。
木炭 charcoal. Interesting. 炭 木炭 charcoal. Maybe like singed or burned charred wood, charred tree, or charcoal, possibly. 燃烧
帅哥
Now 帅 what do we ascribe to 帅? Commander, older brother is handsome guy. Oh boy. Okay. Ge, I think we're gonna add ge as guy. It is generically as guy as well in a really casual sense. Like 大哥. While it might seem like it's a big brother, it can also mean that guy or your guy. No, that person, that endearing person. So we'll add that. That's the only reason why 帅哥 makes sense to me. And then commander is also like in charge, or how do I say, supervisor. Supervisor, guardian, maybe like role model. So like someone who's a leader, basically. They're in a leading position, a guardian, a mentor, which is very similar to commander. So that's why 帅哥 becomes handsome guy. Although handsome is kind of tough. Like when you look up to someone who's a mentor and stuff, they end up being that guy. But I guess shy is just handsome as well in many cases. It's one of the more common uses, so we'll just add handsome to that. But anyways. Handsome young man, 帅哥。那位帅哥在咖啡店工作。咖啡店 interesting.
那位帅哥在咖啡店工作。
帅哥抄写
copyright, transcribe, yeah. 我抄写了这些什么？这些资讯。I mean, it kind of looks like 讯. Yes, it is 讯. Information. That's, huh. Information. 资讯. It looks like 讯, but it's not the 讯 we know. We only went over. I took this character, this side, and just assumed it's Shin, and then guessed that the tone didn't change. The Shin I'm referring to is not this one, but it has words in it, so that makes sense for information. And then this is just. kinda is an auxiliary. It's also a supplementary character that implies something of value or something useful, something attainable, or something possessed. So this has information in it, some sort of info. This is an asset of an info, so information. Chao.
抄写
Right.
提炼
Smelt. 提炼 to bring up, smelt, to refine. Yeah, that's fine. So when you want to refine something, you bring it up, you smelt it and then you bring it up, or you bring it up to like the temperature to smell it, to like purify the stuff, right? To refine. 提炼精 does that look? No. That's probably kinzoku. Kinzoku. Yeah, that's probably zoku. Kinzoku. Jin Shu. I don't know. No, I don't know. Maybe like, yeah, Jinshu. Jinshu. Jinshu sounds good enough. 需要高温
提炼金属需要高温。
Yeah, 金属 belongs to metal. Or 金属 提炼金属需要高温提炼儿童 son, child, children. Although there is a chance I might type son for this as opposed to children. 儿童是我们的儿童是我们的未来。Indeed.
儿童燃烧抄写帅哥
Oops. It's a 2-2.
提炼儿童
Alright, next one. Dry land. 陆地. I think dry might get lost here. I might lose dry. Oh, okay. Land is fine. 陆地. That's land to me. 这片陆地非常北什么？北 something 北沃 fertile 北沃 fat something
陆地帽子
hat 他什么他 it wearing interesting a different wearing wait is that supposed to be 戴着 oh that's 戴 wow 戴着帽子 the only reason I knew this was dye is because of wearing down here. I can't think of any other way to wear a hat outside of dye. That is actually I'm not sure if that's I'm pretty sure there's a simplified character for this. Anyways, 帽子燃料 is ignition material fuel makes sense 石油是一种重要的化石燃料oh yeah 化石 fossil
石油是一种重要的化石燃料。
童话
children's story yep oh no I don't remember what the children's story was in Japanese. It's not this. They changed the how to express child. 童话 makes sense. Fairy tale or children's stories. 你相信童话吗 How did sing work?
童话
It's believe, but I'm referring to the mnemonic. Not that it's really necessary.
大陆
big land, mainland, continent, makes sense. 中国大陆 yeah, mainland China. 中国大陆
大陆
All right.
陆地童话帽子大陆燃料
All right.
童
One
年
next one. 童年 Okay. Child years. 我在想着我的童年。
童年点燃
a spot or point to ignite, which is still to ignite. Dian is also a supplementary character. Starting to collect all of these. I should make a list of supplementary characters. They're not like fast rules, but there are definitely at least, I would say at least 15 supplementary characters. Wherever position they are in the pair, they enhance and describe the other word. And then the generality of translating it ends up being the same. So like this is ignite, but this is dian, which is spot. But a spot of anything to the right is something that does the thing. That happens quite often actually. Like tian dian. Alright, tian dian. Pretty sure. Tian dian. Actually, let's just look at these, for example. Yeah, like di dian, which is still place. Di dian. And then almost cha dian. So just a little bit of difference, so almost. Zao dian, right? But zao is often dealing with something early in the day, so a light early breakfast. Yi dian, so just a little bit like period, because it's a sentence point. Highlight, shiny point. I like these. These ones, like you have to get, in my opinion, the getting used to these, you can group dian and others together pretty readily. Yeah, tian dian. Right, dessert. Sweet point or sweet spot. Shortcoming, it inherits the thing that it is with. Oh, quite a lot. I think that's kind of the nature of the English part, not necessarily the Chinese part, sort of. And I believe the current one we have is one of the few that's in the front. Yeah, pretty sure this is the, I don't remember if this is usually in the front. No, it's not. Yeah, this is usually at the end. But this is one of the few that ends up being in the front. Dian Ran. To kindle, to light. Yep. Okay. 他们点燃了大我大 stone and package. 大包? No, 大炮. Wait. Okay, it's not quite pao. Oh yeah, right. Pao is right. Okay. Pao. And then not quite bao. Pao. Ah, pao. Interesting. For cannon. Huh.
点燃，
点燃. 点燃燃
垃圾袋，
垃圾袋 garbage bag 垃圾袋你们有垃圾袋驱售吗 to sell. Okay, yeah, sell. To leave for purchase. To exit or leave or exit something. It's often dealing with sell. Move it away from the speaker. 驱售吗？
你们有垃圾袋出售吗？
有吗？垃圾袋。
垃圾袋，
垃圾袋
奖
Jiang. Award. Oh. We finally meet. Oh, these ones can get mixed up. General up here. There's a lot of generals on top of things. Like probably this. Probably this. Probably this. Lots of general on top of something. I think we have maybe this. I guess we'll find out. Actually, may want to take a look at it first. Oh no. Oh, they're just taking. Oh no, it's here. Okay, so it can be on top of a bottle, water, tree. Okay, so we only have. Oh, so we only have these 4. Okay, I was thinking there were more. Huh? Only these 4, huh? Okay, so it's not any of the ones that I listed. I thought it could be on top of a dress or something. I guess not. I might be thinking of something slightly similar to this, but not quite general. Yeah. Alright, Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the chapel receiving an award. Basement of the chapel. From the priest general for inventing weapons of mass destruction to be used in the next holy war. What? It gives Jimmy a holy bulldog that is said to be descended from a saint. Jimmy thinks it's a pretty lame award but says nothing. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I guess he's going off the genius thing, scientist thing. I think this is... Oh, I don't want to digress into how common a scientist or a genius is often a, you know, jerk reflex related to weapons of mass destruction, but I can definitely see the Americanization of these mnemonics, especially when you think of general, and then you think of priests, and then you think of the Crusades. Very, very Americana. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the chapel receiving it. I mean, it works. Receiving an award from the Holy Bulldog is a stretch. I wonder how the other ones are gonna work out. Maybe just like a holy, like a sacred bulldog statue, which makes about the same. All right, it's fine. Yang. Still got the Jiang in it. No reference there. Jiang Xue Jing. Interesting. Award, study, money, scholarship. 获奖 to pass, award to flatter. Actually, 过 is kind of weak. Oh, it's still passed though. It's fine. 奖项 项 was item. Okay, yeah. Xiang is also a supplementary character because of item. The nature of item. Chol Yang. To take out award. Lottery draw? Oh, okay.
讲
Okay.
智
Sure. Wisdom. Wisdom. We just went over Zhi by coincidence. Yes. Zhi. What is that? An arrow? An arrow and... Oh, a dart. Yeah, dart. Dart, mouth, and sun. Mouth ones are terrifying. James Bond is in the bathroom of the house. He loads a dart into his mouth and then shoots it at the sun through the window. It falls short, obviously. James already knew that because he is full of wisdom. It takes wisdom to try even when you know you will fail or something. Or something. Hold up. Oh, jeez. Anything dealing with mouth is... Sure. Sure. I think I'm just gonna shrink this down and say maybe it takes more than wisdom to try to shoot the sun with a dart in your mouth. Intelligence. Oh boy. Surely. Wisdom, power. Interesting. 智能, right? 智慧. Interesting. 慧.
智
I don't know about that one. That one might be a problem.
童年
童年.
垃圾袋
垃圾袋.
点燃
点燃.
讲
Oh.
智
Alright. 想 reward. Wait, why does that look like memorize? What was memorize? Kaku. Ne? Oh, but it wouldn't be... Oh. It's cool. Oh, wait. No. Oh, that's because it's slightly. It's close, but not close. I was thinking of... It's just shellfish underneath. But this is glitter bomb on top of a shellfish. Or a mouth. There's a mouth. Shrek is in the basement of the chapel. Okay, go on. Where he delivers a holy glitter bomb he found hidden near the altar to a priest. Okay, the priest goes to one of the storage cabinets and gives him a reward, a holy shellfish. Greg thinks the reward stinks. Shellfish kind of stinks. At the very least, it literally does. Okay. We start to associate shellfish as a form of currency at this point. Pretty much most of the mnemonics end up using shellfish as a form of stored value, so we're just gonna go with that. Actually, shells in general, even historically, like real talk, you know, real historical thing is often used as a form of currency or a stored value. I think we're just gonna have to use that. Shellfish is my bane. Shellfish, page, mouth, and at least those three though. There's one more that's usually on the top of my and caliper. Caliper, pretty wild. So the reward was a holy shellfish. Got it. Guan Xiao. Observe, reward, to enjoy. Interesting. Appreciate, 赏识. Oh no. Bugle and word, to know, reward, to appreciate. Okay. 欣赏. I don't have a reference for 欣赏. Was that 欣赏 or 欣赏? Hard to see.
赏
赏
婆
婆, like 老婆. Okay. Patrick Star is inside the office building, trying to sneak out of work. Makes sense. He is dressed up as an old woman, wearing a disguise of loose old woman's skin. He keeps on spraying old woman perfume on himself as he moves towards the elevator. His boss glares at him, knowing his true identity and getting ready to go reprimand him. Okay. That's okay. Boss, office building. Sticking out of work. Okay. The skin thing. Alright. A little bit of a stretch. Yeah, Lao Po. Why Po? Maternal grandmother? Oh no. Alright, how many members of the family are we up to now? You know, we haven't gotten to uncles. Like unks, you know? No, none of the uncle side of things yet. A witch? Well, that just went somewhere else. Ooh, poor. Huh.
婆
Alright. Alright.
静
Jing. Oh, hey. Jing, what is this? Keen. Yeah, Keen and Jean. Oh, man. The strike of the Keen gene. Keen being like, for example, a Japanese and Chinese relationship. Right. For this. So this is Keen in Japanese, but it's Jin. And then this is also Keen in Japanese, and this is Jin this time. Because of tone, yeah. Like this is tonality. Wow. Japanese has pitch accent, but you can't tell from the character itself. You have to wait to know what it's next to, because technically it could be up or down. So it could be 2 or 4. Or it could be 1. Where it is. There's just no 3. Which one? I think we have an example of a down for this. Was it like insuru? Something, oh no, to permit. I think there's something else in front of it. I forgot. No, it might not even be kin. Kinjiru? Anyways, same relationship, kin and jin. Okay, jin. Prohibit. Alright. Oh, Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the infirmary. Go on. Where he has set up a little altar and put a miniature woods on top of it in the bathroom of the infirmary. A doctor comes in, infirmary, and tells Jimmy he can't do that because it is prohibited. The doctor then points to a sign above the entrance of the bathroom that clearly says altars prohibited and smugly say, "Hey genius, can't you read?" Alright, that's fine. I'm okay with this. Yep. Danger. Prohibit. Kinshi. Kinshi. Oh, that's a good one. That's a 4. I think. Kinshi. 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 No, I think it's Kinshi. Oh, there, Brie. Hello, hello. I'm pretty good today. We got extra sleep. Got up early today. It's slightly drizzling outside, a little bit humid, but pretty good. Forbidden area. Jinchu. Jinchu. Taboo. Oh, there's taboo. Oh, that is different. Jinji. And Chill. How are you today? How was your day? It's a little bit earlier in the day. Chill Jin. Okay.
敬
Jin.
陪
Hey? Why do you look familiar too? Do I have a cultivate? In Japanese? Starting early and only doing WaniKani and yeah. Yeah, because I already mentioned the last couple days that it's almost to the 200 thing, so I have to prep the 200 thing. Doing alright, just getting some housework done, I see. Because my reviews are coming up. Hey. Have to spend the evening prepping. And also have to move the schedule earlier and earlier. Because Otakon is happening, which was also mentioned. Hey. Oh, that was yesterday and the day before. I didn't mention that today. But I am moving my schedule up. I'm gonna move my schedule up. I think I'm supposed to get my hours. The schedule is supposed to be released on Thursday. And usually, since I put in a no time preference for Otakon, it would usually involve me getting up at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Probably. Usually people don't do early hours or late hours, so I probably end up having like early hours and late hours. Middle of the day is where I twiddle my thumbs and continue to work anyways. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. I tend to do all or nones, or like commit or not commit. So the problem right now is that there's 4 days or 3 days left of WaniKani, including today, so that's 4 days before I do the 200 thing. And the 200 thing takes like 4 hours. So we have to do both the lessons and the 4-hour review thing to summarize things, the last 100 days. So starting now would mean to start like starting up Spanish and Japanese again on Duolingo would mean cutting the whatever I started again, and then there'd be like several days gap again. It's kind of a weird situation where too many things are stacked on top of each other. I try not to stretch myself thin. Hey. I mean, I might actually just pause those two for some time. I don't tend to start something, find out is not sustainable, and then decide that I go back and it suddenly is different. So like last month, right? Wait, actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, last month, what did I do? Last month we tried, right? Yeah, last month we tried to start up Duolingo Japanese again, so it didn't work. So then we tried to swap it up a little bit, and this month it looks like it's not, so we'll just have to shelve that. And then the month before was Spanish. I think we can still do Spanish though, so there's a chance I'll just drop Duolingo Japanese, like completing Duolingo Japanese until a later time. Yep, that's how scheduling works. It's whatever is most important and most interesting. It's kind of one of those topics that people mention a lot, like needing to ask if I'm going to finish things. Things don't get to me, things don't ever get finished. They are continued in different ways. Haven't decided what I'm gonna do till then though. It's kind of nice having a little bit of time. Also on the background there's quite a lot of other things going on, which is interesting. Other people's lives are changing, so I'm like spending some time talking to them about that. Goobers have more active lives than I do. It's fun seeing them. It's very entertaining seeing and talking to them as they grow up. Encountering different things in their lives. Patrick Star is inside. Yeah, you don't really have a very active life. Yeah, I don't either. Or I personally do not have a lot of active things. Like I don't have a lot of things I have to do. So like I don't have to finish Chinese on HanziHero, or I don't have to learn Japanese or Chinese. These are all optional things. So much like most things that I mentioned, I like doing the things I always choose. If I choose to do it, I always like it, but I always leave myself available for things that will take up my time. More important things. I don't want to like make it sound like I'm treating this not seriously, you know. Like some people would say, well, if you don't treat your hobbies seriously, then how do you expect to get results, right? That kind of thing. Like, oh no, I'm serious about committing to things. But if something more interesting or pertinent comes along, I'm serious about that too. So we have to like choose our poison, so to speak. and I always prioritize people before myself because I'm healthy. Now, if I know I'm unhealthy, then I would prioritize myself, which is why I drop things and reorganize things for the sake of scheduling. Yeah, I always knew this would be, I had a distinct feeling this was going to be my limit. And we've been trying to find a new limit, you know, a new big, new top. And definitely doing 3 languages is near the top. So something's got to give. Well, Spanish is going to continue to be optional for the most part. It's interesting though. Only there were people who asked about Spanish more than others. I mean, that's fair enough, but usually you have to wait for a while before. Obviously, by sampling population, Spanish would come up more often. Obviously now it's you with French, Brie, for the most part. All the other peeps are doing whatever it is that they're doing. I generally don't have anybody who's interested on a regular basis who's interested in language learning. I think there are quite a lot of people who are interested in learning languages, but they are not committed to learning languages. That's very acceptable, because I think it's healthier for someone to understand that something is a hobby would likely become optional compared to the stuff that they have to do. So whenever someone like comes up and says, oh yeah, you know, I wish I could do X, Y, and Z, that kind of gives you an idea that there are other things that will probably get in the way, and prioritizing those first is probably most reasonable. And for myself is all the chit chat. Actually, the less I have to do on a stream day, you know, like the less I plan on a stream day, the more likely that we have like things would randomly come up, like chit chat would randomly come up. We gotta keep that balance, you know. If sacrificing, quote unquote, if exchanging, juggling more things for more chit chat, that's kind of the priority. Yeah, consistent lifestyle is begets an older person. Wait, is that how that is used? Versus the youngins whose life changes on a flip of a dime. I don't know what idiom I'm going for now. Their life changes all day by day. Decisions are made so rapidly. Give rise to, yes. Old age begets consistency. Drop of a dime? Yeah, I think that's what I was referring to. Is it like, yeah, isn't drop of a dime? Oh, let me get rid of this. Daily view bot spam. Is drop of a dime mean fast? You know, like kids these days, they be making life decisions on the drop of a dime. Is that right? Patrick Star is inside the beach house. Okay. On a bay where he is cultivating some mouth guards. Oh great. Mouth guards is terrifying too. I should be adding mouth guards to the list of terrifying components. That reminds me, I have to go through terrifying So here's what I'm doing on the... You don't think that's what it actually means, but that's what you've always used it for? Yeah, me too. What does drop of a dime mean? I use idioms inappropriately for fun. The phrase at the drop of a dime is an idiom that means something happens very quickly or suddenly without hesitation. All right, we're fine. We're fine, Bree. The two of us are fine. At the drop of a dime. Yeah. I use idioms inappropriately for the lulz and giggles. I don't think I've ever gotten like an idiom without hesitation. It's kind of my brand. I do it anyways. Sometimes I do it intentionally. Sometimes. For the humor. Or swap it up. Like, oh, that's like taking out 5 birds with 1 cake. Get it? Get it? It's combining the meaning of piece of cake with getting more than one thing done at the same time. I've done that a couple of times. You know, taking out 4 birds with 1 piece of cake. You know? What's better than a piece of cake? Taking out more than 1 bird. I think I got a few others. Like don't count your chickens before they hatch, and chicken or the egg. It's a chicken or the egg problem. That would combine those two. The chicken or the egg. So which came first? And then counting chickens before they hatch. I mix these two. I combine these two and mix these two up too. Intentionally. And then that's probably why I get them mixed up unintentionally sometimes. What's another one? That's easy as pie. So even if you have piece of cake, you can pivot to a pie just to trigger some kids. Are there any more? I have to think about them. They come out sometimes. So don't worry. This won't be the first time I'll be talking about idioms. I'm not sure if anyone ever gets offended by someone who messes up idioms intentionally or unintentionally. But my brand of humor often deals with getting something wrong, not getting something right. I'm not sure if it's deceptive either. Like, I think making mistakes intentionally to make someone else feel comfortable is something that I rely on, but it could also be deceptive if the other person is fairly cynical. But I think making fun of oneself, you know, self-deprecating comments and being willing to say something that you're not sure of is a great way to reach someone without making them feel pressured. So whenever someone is feel pressured, I would say something silly. Whether it's intentional or not, it's hard to know. Like when someone says sorry a lot and they would apologize for always worried about getting things accurately, then I would have a tendency of doing something that there's a chance that I might be incorrect, or saying something intentionally off-putting in the sense that it comes off unnatural to be humorous. And then that usually can lessen the pressure between someone. I often do this when I walk into a classroom. You know, I mean, I'm not that young anymore, so rarely do I find myself in a position where I will walk in and I'm the person who is being taught something, like the person of authority. So when I walk into a classroom, I would say something goofy or say something that doesn't give off the air that I don't know what I'm doing, but I like to share something that I don't know what I'm doing to demonstrate that it is very similar to others. Like if you walk in a classroom, let's say you're the instructor, so you do know what you're doing in the classroom, but other students might feel a little bit intimidated, right? Intimidated by the person. If you start spilling out all the stuff that the students are supposed to know, and you know all of it, but they have to remember all this, they can be a little wound up tight. So instead, I would say something about things I don't know. Like, hey, you know, what do you kids do these days to, I don't know. What do you kids watch these days on TV? Or do you even watch TV anymore? That's what I would do, right? I kind of know the answer to these questions, like that type of thing, but it's a lot more ice-breaking if you demonstrate that you also don't know everything. And one of the things would be to demonstrate something that they know that you don't know. And that's how often asking questions in reverse can be very helpful. Because getting the other person to know something that you don't know gives them confidence in breaking like tension or stuff. So whenever I find, which I'm in this position quite a lot, where someone is like lost and they're incredibly self-deprecating, like to a fault, where like, oh, you know, my life sucks, I just failed this and I can't do anything, I always forget everything and it's always my fault. The first thing I would do is I would ask them, you probably know a lot more than you think. I mean, you lived this long, right? There's got to be experiences that you have. So instead of just telling them what may be true, you ask them a question. And if they can answer the question, it builds their confidence back up. Right? And I think the whole idiom thing, I use that, and going back to the idiom thing, I use that as a natural reflex. Like, you know, I don't know if this is used correctly, but heck, I'm gonna go for it anyways. I think to me, that's kind of one of the essences of what is that feeling that people talk about? Feeling more grounded, like down to earth. I think one of the aspects of being down to earth is demonstrating that people can know a lot of things, but they can also not know a lot of things. So illustrating that you both know something as well as celebrate and or be comfortable with the things that you are not comfortable with, it gives you that essence of talking to a grounded person, not a lofty person. A lofty person would be someone who becomes extremely defensive and or constantly making sure that they're speaking at a very high level or explaining things at a high level. So you can imagine what happens when someone spends most of their time expecting of a lofty persona that they portray. Eventually they'll probably make an error or some confusion, and then someone will come in and maybe offer the solution or offer an insight, and that person's like, well, I knew that. And then it becomes a little bit defensive, right? It would seem like this person's like, wow, this person certainly isn't conversational. And yep, these are the things you talk. These are, I think, the thing that I'm mentioning here is one of the fundamentals. I would say it's one of the fundamentals of breaking ice, breaking the ice. Tension can be very high. I do the classic where I am giving away all my patterns, but when someone says, "Oh, hey, you have a PhD," for example, and what is that in? And I would say like molecular biology, and the other person is like, "Oh, wow, that must be very engaged, very, I don't know, sophisticated or complex." And then my question would say, "Oh, what do you do? May I ask, what is it that interests you in that particular detail? What do you do?" And then they would say something like, "Oh, nothing fancy, like electrical engineering." It's like, man, I don't know anything about electrical engineering. Can you explain something? Like, can you tell me something that you would share to someone who has no knowledge of electrical engineering? And the ice is broken. That's kind of one of the first things you can do. You can admit that there's a mutual sharing of either knowledge or a mutual sharing of unknown things. Like, for example, someone could say like, "Oh, I don't know anything about this either," or I'm unsure. It's like, well, we can be unsure together. And then let's go discover what it actually means together. Then you break the ice again. I think at least these two scenarios are can account for like 60 or 70% of how to interact with a person right away to feel grounded than other techniques like, "Oh, as a matter of fact, this is the right usage of it." And then you're hitting the 10% ratio, like the 10% success. The moment you try to elevate your position when speaking, yep, you're gonna lose to the person that you're gonna lose the person you're talking to, for sure. Like you'll kill the conversation most of the time. Or you meet another person who's as pedantic as you, and that might work out, but generally speaking, them's the breaks. Wait. Them's the breaks. How does them's the breaks work? Them's the break is an informal American slang expression meaning that's just the way things are. Oh yeah, I used it correctly. Okay. Yeah, them's the breaks. I don't know where these idioms come from, but at some point I've heard them. Excuse me if I used it incorrectly, but them's the breaks, man. Them's the breaks. Okay. Now back to this. Okay. Alright, so he's cultivating some mouth guards. Why? They grew out of the soil that is in the corner of the beach house main room. Oh gosh. You know what? Soil is pretty bad too. And mouth guard. Oh, I forgot what I was starting when I was talking. This next couple of days, I'm basically trying to plan out what sections I'm going to do for the review. For the language reviews, it's usually every 100 days now, and usually the first review deal with literally reviewing some of the things in the first 100 days, but I like to make it a little different each time. So this time around, I'm making like a quote unquote of like a faux tier list of lingering problems, or lingering, it's not really problems, but the things that come up. So Like we're making a list of groups that are nightmarish, you know, for comedic effect. Like, oh yeah, this group, dislike it. So shellfish is gonna come up, right? And then things like that. So it takes some time. So I'm basically spending some time looking at WaniKani's database and HanziHero's database on my account to see and going over the stuff and trying to figure out like, oh yeah, let's talk about how disgusting shellfish is in mnemonics, or how dirt gets mixed up. So looking for like other different patterns to talk about. And the whole idea behind that is if I can talk about it and I can express it, then I'm more likely to remember all those things. And then, you know, that can also be something interesting to other people. I mean, I am unlikely to be so exceptional that I'm the only person who both have maybe excel at something or have a problem with something. So I'm pretty sure other people have problems with shellfish when it comes to using radicals. Or some people can find it relatable in some way with like other things. Like if it's not shellfish, it could be something else. And that's kind of what I'm spending a little extra time on the side doing right now. It wouldn't be interesting otherwise. At least for me. Alright. They grow out of the soil that is in the corner of the beach house main room. Soils, things, trees, plants, and stuff are randomly growing out of every part of houses. Or part of locations. Bathroom, basement. I think that's one of the natural things you kind of want to get the unnatural things you want to find naturally acceptable with HanziHero. Patrick believes by cultivating mouth guards, he can also cultivate his inner soul. What does that have to do with a beach house? He wears some sunglasses and his usual bathing trunks, okay, beach house, and stares at the soil and the mouth guards being cultivated within it. I mean, that kind of sounds weird enough to be Patrick Star, though. When you went down the rabbit hole idioms in French, you remember the first ones you learned were the equivalents to the English ones? It's raining cats and dogs. The most common one was il pleut des, which is literally means it's raining ropes. Huh. Interesting. Another one sometimes used is which literally means it's raining like a cow is peeing. I like the second one. Raining ropes, that's funny. Like, you can practically, I get the whole rope thing, you know? That's, I was half expecting snakes at some point too. It's raining like a cow is peeing. Interesting. I like it. I don't have any Chinese idioms. I think most of the Chinese idioms have been like translated into English, but I don't remember like the Chinese idiom. Let me take a look. Oh, I'm getting flashbanged. Let's see. I could probably read almost all of these now, because idioms tend to be in common words. So, 双刀 one counter, no, one, oh, that's arrow, one arrow, two eagles. Oh, that's two birds with one stone. Yeah, 1 arrow, 2 eagles, 2 birds with 1 stone, achieving 2 goals with a single action. That's funny. Let's see. 花蛇天主. Let's see. Imagining a snake. Imagining snake and something foot. Drawing a snake and adding feet. Doing something unnecessary or excessive. Interesting. Drawing a snake and adding feet. What's an idiom for doing something unnecessary? In English. I can't think of an idiom where it's doing something excessive or unnecessarily excessive. We got another one. Sai Wang Shi Ma. Old man. Something about a horse. The old man. Oh, old man lost horse. The old man lost his horse. Life is unpredictable. Good fortune can come from misfortune. Whoa. I do you. That's a bit of a stretch. Ru mu san fen. Enter tree 3 parts. What? Written in a forceful hand, penetrating, profound, doing something futile and beyond one's ability. All right. Some of these are way too advanced for me. Some of them are rough. You're not sure how common this one is, but this one is similar to the English "you have a screw loose." It's avoir. Okay. But its actual translation is to have a spider on the ceiling. Huh. To have a screw loose, to have a spider on the ceiling. Oh, I can kind of see that. One would have a screw loose to have a spider on the ceiling. I think the idioms that I think of in Chinese, they're typically proverbs. And I'm not sure what's the difference between a proverb and an idiom. Idioms and proverbs are both figure of speech, but they differ in their purpose and structure. Idioms are phrases with a non-literal meaning that's often figurative and not necessarily understood from the individual words according to the grammar and language resources. Proverbs, on the other hand, are short, well-known sayings that offer advice or express a general truth, often with a clear though metaphorical meaning. Okay, so both of them are typically not literal. They're both technically figurative, but one is more structured than the other. Interesting. Idioms, figurative meaning. Okay. General truths versus figurative meanings. Interesting. Sometimes the idioms can come off as proverbs, and I didn't realize there was a difference. I thought they might be synonyms for each other, but I guess that would kind of defeat the intent behind having the word proverb and then the word idiom. Interesting. Like a proverb I typically refer as, that is probably of Chinese origin, is give a fish to a man, they eat for a day. Teach the man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. Let me see what the origin is. It's probably not, now that I think about it. Oh no, yeah, it is Lao Su. Or some people say maybe possibly Anne Isabel Thackeray. I don't know how to, Ritchie, from the British novelist. But yeah, Lao Tzu is well before, but yeah. Give a man a fish and you feed him. Sorry. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Yeah, that's the one that I refer to quite a lot. Another one is I like is fumerd. Oh, okay. Fumerd helps me because that's the smoke. Okay, is equivalent to smoke like a chimney in English, but actually translates to smoke like a fireman. Okay, I see. I'll have to investigate idioms sometime. I'm far more well versed in proverbs as opposed to idioms. Hold up, I got a message. Oh. Okay. All right. So I think this is okay. All right. The beach house. He was in his trunks, his classic, his usual bathing trunks. Okay. Pay.
陪
Cultivate.
在
Thigh. To carry. Wait, why does that look like die? Slightly. The left, this part is changed. Alright. I didn't get to use spade in a long time. Zelda is in the bathroom of the high school helping clean up the results of a prank on the last day of school, probably Bart Simpson. In the middle of the bathroom is a literal mountain of toilet paper. All right, she takes a spade which has the mark of the Triforce on it, of course, Zelda, and uses it to scoop up toilet paper and carry it to the back of a car that is right outside the window. Interesting. Once done, the car cannot even start because it has so much paper it must carry. Okay. The spade is kind of funny because that's actually a tool. Well, it's more of a shovel, but that's fine. In Legend of Zelda games. Or one similar to When Pigs Fly. Oh, I heard that one. Yeah, the chicken and hens have teeth. Yeah. Courtesy of that one guy, that one content creator who does French, Spanish, and English. Jean Jacket Man. I call him Jean Jacket Man because I keep forgetting his name. There's also another one, female. English and French, I think, largely. She also does the thing like in French they do this, in English they do this kind of comparison. I take them with a grain of salt a lot of times. Especially the content creators that compare cultures and then they have to decide how to depict the cultures, and oftentimes it creates like contrast as opposed to bigger picture situations. I think the shorts like that can be useful or interesting and intriguing. However, it creates a behavior that can lead to misconceptions. And what I mean by misconceptions is no, not the misconception is not the word I would use. Sorry, that I take back the word misconception. It can lead to short-sightedness, largely because of how the nature of the internet works. So that's kind of why I have some reservations about TikTok as a information source, right? Now, many people will say like, well, I don't use TikTok as an information source. It's like, well, if you're talking to me, it's like, I understand that. I'm not saying you do, but that doesn't mean a large majority of people don't, right? In fact, if you are one of the people that found like, well, yeah, duh, you don't use shorts and like 30-second clips and stuff as a form of information that's representative of a whole, then you're with me. Fair enough. But again, statistically, as much as I like that to be the social norm, statistically that's not true. Arguably, the vast majority of people who are on the internet who gets information, they get them from shorts. And then they hope, or at least I hope, that they can take those disjointed information and use whatever critical thinking skills and problem solving skills that they have to join the information together to make use of it. But I don't think that latter step happens. You have to be aware of the limited information first, which it prevents you from thinking that that type of information is useful in a constructive way versus entertainment. So if you're already past that point and you're like me and you're just like, well, yeah, it's for entertainment, not for information. It can be informative provided that you already am interested in the whole. And one of them is those type of things where, like, I don't know, a French person, you know, when you do a impression of a French person, it could be really fancy. And then if you do an impression of an American, it can be like very rustic is the word I would use. It can leave to an impression that, oh, French people are always fancy and over pedantic, and Americans are consistently rustic and simple, right? And that's kind of the things that I watch with a grain of salt a lot of times, but it makes for great entertainment. And in the back of my head, all I can think about right now is, man, there's a whole generation of people that have incomplete information. And what I mean by incomplete information, I mean they probably have lots of bits of information, but assembling it into a larger picture is something that requires experience and wisdom to do, not knowledge. Not necessary knowledge alone. Knowledge alone is not sufficient. Like, for example, what I'm doing here, someone could come up and say, well, if you're learning vocabulary like this, you can't form conversations because it would be very disjointed. And the answer would typically be yes, provided that I don't have the critical thinking or problem solving skills to form them in the first place. Right? And that's what happens in this day and age, where an inexperienced person would literally need to engage in the act to imagine themselves doing the act, because knowledge comes first. Experiences are transferable and possibly applicable laterally if you have enough experience in it. So oftentimes people don't draw the parallelisms between English or like the current language you use versus the target language. So the easiest way to get that experience is to use the target language in its natural context and learn it all over again. Like, that's fair. That's probably faster as well. That doesn't mean you can't construct sentences however unnatural it is, from disjointed vocabulary words if you already do that to begin with in a different way. That's one of those things like, hey, you played one video game and then the next video game is completely different from the first video game. So because you like to see it as completely different, you start over with the new video game. And my first thought is, well, no, not most people don't start over in a video game. The concept might be different. The concepts and content might be different, but your approach to the video game might not be the different. And usually people would focus on the content. So what we're doing here, how is this related to our idioms and proverbs? The idea is we're finding relationships between the two languages, right? French and English and whatnot. And that's a very important ability and skill that comes with wisdom. You are applying the connections that you use because you've experienced them already. And it's kind of, I find it a little bit apprehensive, or I'm a bit ambivalent. I'm a bit ambivalent when some of the hot takes about learning another language or learning anything new, right? Anything new, the fastest way to do it is to separate yourself from everything that you've already done and have done. And how that is somehow unique to language learning is beyond me. Like, I don't empathize with that. I can kind of see it. I see some of the pragmatic uses, but separating yourself from your prior experience is like pretending you're a child again, which that's kind of the fad with language learning. In my opinion, you're trying to learn like a child again. You pretend like you don't know anything and then immerse, right, in your target language. I think that is a leap of logic, personally, and way, way too reductive. Now, it still works really well for someone who doesn't want to think about it. So maybe a reductive way of approaching it is excellent and it works for them. For myself, if you're an older adult and you practice critical thinking and problem solving and all those skills for a really long time now, it is unnatural to think that separating yourself from everything you've learned is the natural way you learn now. You don't learn that way anymore. In my opinion, as an adult, if you're an intellectual adult, you leverage everything you possibly know and experience. I think it's illogical and exceptionally unnatural to think that you will get more results by pretending all your prior experiences doesn't exist. Now, that's a little extreme because I generally don't think that people who immerse in a target language actually separates themselves from all the things they've done before. A child can, because a child has no point of reference. You know, that you're learning things for the first time. One of the underlying theories, and I agree with this theory, is not necessarily you're divorcing yourself from your prior experience. You're creating a situation in which you are obligated to be actively participating. So if divorcing yourself from all your prior tools obligates yourself to use something actively, that is in my opinion, some of the underlying secret, it's not a secret, but underlying efficacy of the approach. If divorcing yourself from all your prior experience is forcing you to actively learn and use the thing you're trying to learn, That is the reason why that approach works. Not because your prior experience and your content is a crutch to learning a language. So I think it's a misinterpretation. It's not a big enough picture. When someone says, oh, in order to learn a language, you stop translating. Or translating never gets you anywhere or never helps you learn anything. That type of thing is too reductive. It's the idea of saying that the content you know over your life has no bearing or relevance to the thing you're doing. That is interfered by relying on your previous knowledge as a crutch for learning the new thing. So it's two separate things. Is your prior knowledge being used to circumvent the obligation to learn the target language? So for example, if I'm looking at this character, do I have to see it as to carry to know what this character means? If I have to know to carry before reading this character, that is a crutch. That is what happens when your prior experience negates the acquisition of this. That's not the same as looking at this character and translating it to this. So when someone reductively say translation will always get in the way of your language progress, that's not true. That's being reductive. For most people, it can work because when you remove this, you no longer have the temptation or a lesser temptation. That still doesn't stop me from thinking to carry is right here in my mind. So even if you remove this, you're less likely to have a crutch, but it can still happen. The nice thing is when you remove something literally, at least you don't have that tempting you. But even if it's displayed this way, this could not be a crutch. It's up to your discipline if you're able to do it, right? And one thing that I tend to emphasize is if you can do it this way, do it the other way. If you can enter here, go here. If you can enter here, get to here, and get to here. And then if you can enter here, get to here, and get to here from there. So if you know an idiom forward, do you know an idiom backward? Do you know a proverb forward? Do you know a proverb backwards? To me, yes, it's slower, but it also means you keep up two things, not one thing. So you're technically killing two birds with one stone. Now, for others, they're only interested in one bird, you know? They're only interested in the bird, the Japanese bird, for example, not their native bird, because their native bird is boring. And I'm like, well, that is something you have to understand, right? If your native bird is boring, then every time you use your native language, then it doesn't serve a function. So of course it'll be a crutch. Now, if understanding the relationship between your native bird, right? If you understand the foreign bird and the native bird, and you constantly reinforce back and forth, in both directions, the relationship between your native bird and your target bird, that is different. And that is very helpful, at least in my opinion, to stay multilingual at least. And not like constantly looking at it from the perspective of, oh, this is stronger, this is weaker. It's like they're the same. to me. And what I mean is they're integrated with each other. So my Chinese is integrated with my Japanese and English. It's rarely that I talk about them in isolation. I tend to talk about them and discuss them together, paired up. Because I also learn quite a bit about how I can use English to describe Chinese and Japanese, vice versa. Or I like to think that I'm kind of getting there where I can describe English with Japanese and Chinese to some extent. Like high school. High school, how can I describe high school? 这些孩子 right 孩子学生 right 很多学生what is actually I don't remember homework. Shkudai. I don't know what shkudai is in Chinese. Gung Zhuo. No, Gung Zhuo is work. So that's what I'm doing now, right? When you have to describe a bathroom, what do you have? 才素? 才所 or 洗手间, right? 洗手间 or oh no. I don't know how to say sink. Mirror? Kagami? Kagami mirror. Jing, right? Things of that nature. So if you take an English word, how do you associate or describe around that English word? Like clean would be maybe like 精, and then clean up would be like 扫 洗扫 洗 no yeah 洗扫 or 洗 something, helping like 帮 like 帮助taskate like when you're to help or command to help, things like that. I mean, it's not the greatest, you know, you still have to produce them in some way. That's kind of funny. Triforce. If I try to do Triforce in Chinese, I probably take like sun and ryoku, sanryoku, or maybe sankoku ryoku, or something like that, where you combine like 3 with triangle, so 3 angle force is what I was trying to do, or san zao li, or something like that for Triforce, for example. That's what I mean by using your language despite it being disjointed. Here, I'm not constructing sentences per se, but I'm using things that I know. Sun, that's 3, zao, which makes triangle, 3 angles, sanzao, and then force. I could use many forces, but the most classical one would be like, so if I had to do like Triforce, probably sun, zao. I don't remember what zao is. We'll just put foot. Sun zao, li, something like this, or Triforce. It's probably not, but so it's fun to do. Okay. All right, so Zelda. All right. So Zelda scooping. Just basically throw it out the window on the Triforce. Okay, into the car to carry. All right. Got it. Thigh T. Just carry body? A carrier? Oh. Thigh Ke. Carry guest? Oh, carry passenger. Good.
Zai.
Also, obviously without saying too much, I am willing to sacrifice or exchange for most people. Unlike some people ask, actually a lot of people, the vast majority of people, often find this off-putting, and I obviously I haven't made this too clear, but I will continue to be speaking in more than one language for the foreseeable future. When someone is going to come up to me and say and criticize me about saying like, oh, if you keep speaking in English while learning a target language, you won't become fluent in that target language. I'm like, yeah, I'll probably concede to that. But the reason why I speak in English is because English is the common language. So if I am going to continue to share my experience learning a target language, not everyone's interested in Chinese or Japanese at first. So if you choose to only speak in one language and immerse and then, become really good and become fluent quickly, that's great. But before you come to me and criticize me for streaming language learning, you have to understand what it takes to communicate and get people to be interested in a language in the first place. If you just speak in Japanese, yeah, you can definitely attract those who really, really like Japanese, and you might also aggravate them in the same place because you'll be making mistakes, right? You'll be making Japanese mistakes, and then someone will be like, well, if you're going to choose to speak in Japanese all the time while learning Japanese, you might as well speak it correctly. That has their own problems and barriers. For myself, it is far more approachable when someone might be interested in another language, but you are also interested in language learning, right? To attract other language learners. Other language learners tend to be interested regardless of what the language is. So to me, when someone comes by and say, well, when are you going to only have that Japanese only stream? It's like, I'm not. Because I'm not trying to attract people who only care about Japanese. Someone who, in my opinion, behaviorally, right? We're going to talk about mentalists now a little bit. You have to, a lot of times, despite what people might think they like or, say they like or what their appearance of themselves, their behavior and their response is far more telling. So when someone says, constantly ask me, oh, so when are you gonna only do your Japanese only stream? I know what kind of person that is. It's more likely, they are more likely to be a person who's only interested in a specific thing. So in order to avoid conflict of interest, I tend to do behavior, or I tend to participate in behavior that will self-select themselves for individuals that reflect my own values. I like language learning, not what language it is. So oftentimes, regardless of what I do, say like you could argue, I want that person to be around, and I'm like, well, eventually that will become a problem if that's not my interest. My interest is language learning, not Chinese and Japanese per se. I chose Chinese and Japanese because, again, two birds, one stone, or apparently one arrow and two eagles. And if I can do more with one arrow, I'll do more with one arrow. It also means that the effort is divided among those targets, right? If you focus on taking down one bird, you're probably going to be more likely than trying to take down two birds, right? That's objectively true to almost all the time. To me though, it's very difficult to trust someone who understands the bigger picture when they come at you and say, why are you only like the person only asks to do one thing and only that one thing, and then they themselves say they're interested in doing something that applies to a lot of things. Not true. Like, for example, being open-minded, someone coming up and claiming to be open-minded, and then they make a comment that only applies in one situation. That's like saying you're narrow-minded. That's like saying you're open-minded, but then depict a behavior that's narrow-minded without coming to the realization that what you're about to say is narrow-minded. Now, that person could say, oh, pardon me, I'm usually open-minded. However, in this one instance, my opinion is fairly specific, right? Or fairly specialized because of my investment. That is being aware of what you're saying. And Bree, I don't know if you remember this from The Mentalist, but there is this one episode where he was hanging out with somebody who's really rich and they just like the daring life. So he was demonstrating that he was making a talking point with Lisbon a little later in the episode saying, okay, well, people don't change, and they do change. Now they change in an upper level situation, but underneath it, there are natures of the person that you must become aware of. And that's kind of one of those things where one of the natures of people nowadays is that they think they are something, but without awareness and practice of what they usually are, it can be discordant. So for example, during that episode, Jane took advantage of what he sees of a nature of a person and circumvents what that person think they know. I think he used it as a lizard brain situation. Like, so underneath there's a lizard brain. Yeah, Mashburn. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Pops up in a couple more episodes. Yeah, Mashburn. So he was appealing to the lizard brain. Basically, the human condition exists, and understanding the human condition is to create awareness. But sometimes it just happens. And I think for my situation, language learning is a really big one. When someone comes up to me and they first state something, they state something about themselves, that's fine. I trust them, right? Like, I trust the person's statement because I don't know you, so I assume you're telling the truth. Someone can tell the truth about what they think they are or want and still behave in a way that's dissonant from the way they talk. And that is what that episode reminded me of. You can be something without being aware of it. So that's what he means by certain things don't change and certain things do change. Awareness and what you can do with it causes change, or like filters. You can filter things out. You can behave in a way after becoming aware of it. Like, for example, I usually use this as a great example of lizard brain. when someone says they're introverted or extroverted, right? Most of the time, they're talking about the concept of being introverted and extroverted. So for example, if someone took an online test, right? Like an online test here. So let me do a diagram because diagrams are... So someone takes a test and then they find out the test tells them they're introverted, right? And then they use that self-diagnosis to then behave like an introverted person. So it's like, oh, you know, I don't talk to a lot of people because I'm introverted, right? So this part can change, and therefore this part can change, which would affect this part. Now, there's a behavior that you can observe, which may lead you to thinking this, which then you can use a test to confirm this. That's different. What Jane does is he observes the behavior, then come up with a potential explanation, and then he tests them. And then if it reinforces, then it's likely to be true. That's when you have a third party evaluation. Now, there are other ways you can do it. You can take the behavior that from experience and then try to confirm it or challenge it. So that's the difference, in my opinion. Most of the time nowadays, people take information and then act upon it. So when you take like a personality test, this comes up so often when people are talking, especially about the way they learn, the way they communicate. It comes up first. So they take information and then use it to fulfill it. This is called a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? I don't know how to say prophecy. Oh, prophecy. Okay. So, that is what separates the nature of a person versus their versus their perceptions. And I like shows that feature quote unquote perceptive people that are that are knowledgeable about the nature, so the human condition, right? So I usually give a personal example. My anecdote is, I know I'm introverted despite knowing how to communicate. So how do I know I'm introverted? It's exhausting talking to people. It's exhausting being in public. It's exhausting. So, and it's not because someone told me what the signs are. Is that when I'm in public, when I'm talking to people, is exhausting. And how do I know that? I learned how to communicate, and then I did it a lot of times and found out that it was still very exhausting talking to people. It's not the same as someone who thinks they took a test, became introverted, and now everything with introversion, everything that deals with extroversion is exhausting. That's a placebo effect or a nocebo effect. It's technically a nocebo effect in this case because the desired effect is to be social, but it's a Ebo effect. It's nocebo, placebo, depending on your subjectivity. You have fulfilled the diagnoses. You did not use your observational skills to find out if you are introverted or extroverted. There's no data with that. You have confirmed it based on your own suspicions or someone else's, right? And that's one of the natures. This is one of the natures of humanity. One of the human conditions is that when told something that you believe in, it is likely to be true. It is likely to come true. That is one of the underlying natures that Jane can possibly be utilizing most of the time. Jane understands innate human tendencies. Now, he takes those and then look at more complicated, complex filters. And that's where the somewhat guesswork comes in. And the episodes in Mentalist challenges that most of the time. Like he constantly do some nature stuff and then show how it applies. Like one of them was Occam's razor. That's not how you spell razor. It might actually be in this near the same episode, but he talks about Occam's razor. So sometimes the nature of humans is to see at the same level of complexity. So for example, if you're a physicist, this is like one of the gags about scientists. I would use a chemist or a biologist, but I can't think of an example right now. Like a physicist. And a physicist will look at a door shutting, often at the level of their complexity. So you could make a joke like how many physicists would it take to fix a door, right? And the running joke on the nature of humanity is a lot of physicists. It would require lots of physicists to fix a door because it's very complicated. It's a very complicated, relatively complicated aspect. And then you start thinking, well, if you're not a physicist, it might take one person. That's the joke. Because the nature of humanity is they often see things at the same level of complexity. So when the coin flipping thing, when Rigsby, right? When Rigsby was trying, or Rigsby was trying to figure out how he flipped the coin, and it always lands on heads. Jane said Occam's razor. Because a lot of times, when you're fixated on the complexity of the nature that you're thinking of, so Rigsby kept thinking he flipped it. He flipped the coin and it kept landing on heads. That involves a lot of different tasks, but it's the level of complexity that he's used to. He's only thinking about the act of flipping the coin, landing on his head, when if you dial it back, the solution was he had two coins. And one of them was double-sided. So he only showed the double-sided and then hands him the regular coin to inspect. That's sleight of hand, right? That's how sleight of hand works. So that's kind of one of those things that is a great example. So when someone says, so now how does this apply to the whole language learning thing? When someone says they like language learning, this happens a lot. Actually, this happens most of the time. When someone says they love language learning, as in they absolutely love language learning, and their whole behavior is to limit language learning. Or they don't even talk about language learning. They just talk about progress. Progress of fluency. That's liking to be good at language. Or you might even say that's like a culture assimilation. Like it's rarely about language learning. Like what is the fastest way to the fastest way? That's not I'm not misspeaking here. What's the fastest way to the fastest fluency? As in fastest, as in what is the quickest way to find it? Quickest way to find how to be the fastest to fluency. This is what, in my opinion, 95% of people talk to me about or discuss to me about. That is meaning you don't like learning. You like results. Learning is a process. Result is an end game. So when you tell me you like language learning, that's not the same as telling me you want to be fluent in Japanese. Those are two very different things. So if you come to me and you're saying you love language learning, talk about learning. If you don't talk about learning, then you're not interested in it. Your behavior is telling me that you care about something else. Now, why is that really important? Because it can lead you to make better decisions for yourself. Not me making decisions for you, but making the decision better for yourself, or you can choose to improve certain things that you didn't know. Like, for example, if someone knows that they only care about results, then they could decide for themselves that they want to improve the way they learn. When they improve the way they learn, they will like learning more. And the results will happen on their own. The results will happen. And that's my perspective. If I continue to be interested in learning, the results happen on their own. And that's sufficient for me. How fast? When? To me, it doesn't matter. Because the thing that I'm interested in is learning, not the results. So if you're interested more in the results, you can find adequate places to improve. So hear me out. When someone fails to get the results they want, what do? They learn to try to fix it, right? But if there's something really, really weak and disjointed in something that they're not focusing on, no matter how much they fix it, they're probably not fixing the problem. So if you are not getting results, for example, in a language, one of the first questions I would ask is, how are you doing it? Right? Then it creates the focus on learning. So when I ask these questions, I would say greater than 50% of the time, people would say time. Not enough time, right? So you're gonna have to fix that somehow. Not enough time. Boring. Hate fundamentals. Excuses. And what are excuses? I already know it. Like, oh, you know, I already did this. I don't need to go back over it. Like, that's a waste of time. Going over the things I already know, that's a waste of time, right? But the question is, do you know it? Like, it's not me to decide. When you say you know it, I'm trusting you. But when you think you already know it and your results still suck, then you clearly don't know it. So that means you have to focus on your learning process to figure out if what you think you know, you actually don't know well. That's a problem. You can't fix something if you can't see it. Right? So that's kind of one of those things that it works both ways. You're the same, figure it out on your own. Exhaustion was a huge problem for you. Yeah. So a lot of times, you know, one of the here are the usual problems, right? Or I'm gonna put problems in quotes. Time. Well, you got to figure out where your time is going, right? Exhaustion is a time issue as well. Sometimes if your time is constantly focused on something you're not aware of, then it may always seem like you're out of time. So sometimes when you focus on things that may be like, if you're able to get awareness, achieve awareness, you might be able to redistribute time towards that awareness, and you realize now your time is better spent elsewhere. So what I mean is that same amount of time then can go towards something you're aware. So in the end, you might not actually use up more time figuring out what your problem is, or your learning process, or where your motivation is. You might actually end up gaining time, because that's when efficiency comes in. Right? You might gain efficiency. So all of this stuff is going back to, oftentimes, with a lack of a better word, sometimes understanding the nature of something and then using your experience and transcend knowledge alone. And I think most of the time nowadays, this comes first, as opposed to sometimes this. And what does one have the other don't? When you're younger, you're first relying on other people's knowledge to gain experience. When you're an adult, you have a lot of experiences, or you like to hope that you have a lot of experiences in which you can gain knowledge to complement your experiences, right? And now, which is kind of humorous, because I don't think it's because of the internet, I think most people lack experience before they gain knowledge. And they continue to stay that way from a really young age. So when you have the internet's worth of knowledge, you can stay in this I'm gonna say naive state, or this I want to say unworldly state, because the internet makes it that convenient. It's not a bad or a good thing, right? There are things you can choose to stay in this state. Like what are things that I choose to stay in this state? Like, a human being can have things they are experienced in, and things that they know a lot about. I know a fairly good amount of science, I'm no longer experienced in science. That's like 2 days ago when I was talking to someone. I know these things now. I lack experience in these things now. Does it stop me from trying to know things? No. Like, you can continuously acquire new knowledge. The difference here is there's an urge to gain experience all the time. When you're doing this from a young age, no matter how much knowledge you gain, there's no incentive to gain the experience. And that, to me, is the crutch. And how does this relate to language learning? This is the crutch of language learning. Now, this is what I want to write about. This is what I want to talk about. It's a bigger picture. I don't think people who are much older, like in their 50s or their 60s, who are writing their thesis or like pandering about language learning, have come to face modern technology. Because in my opinion, these people don't necessarily grow up around modern tech, around like the new age people, new age kids. New age kids have a heck of a ton of knowledge. So when you get these old theories constantly focus on, oh, well, you need to just keep gaining more knowledge, keep inputting more knowledge, just keep inputting. Because output is overrated. Yeah, for people in their 50s and 60s, even for me, I'm barely 40, I would agree output is overrated. Actually, sometimes it's very difficult to get like post-millennials, right? Anything older than millennials to like sit down and like read a book or sit down and find a solution. They would go out and figure it out on their own. It's the opposite, right? Like they have a motivation to do that, and over time it can become exhausting, literally, and you can be like wandering the desert for a while. So it's a combination of two. But for me, nowadays, what's happening is these theories, these 50, 60 theories, are not being contextualized in the context of modern technology. And what has modern technology reinforced in younger people? Nowadays, it's kind of like pulling teeth to get them to try to output something. It's to the point where they would use, in my opinion, these 50s, 60s, older school theories in order to provide an excuse to not output. Like, just don't output. Just input all the time, and then that will somehow make you overcome your socializing anxiety and your reservations and your constant closet learning to the point where you don't ever want to use the language, right? That's still fine if you know it's going to happen. So what I mean is, it sounds like a bad thing, but if you know that's what's going to happen, it's not a bad thing because it fits your expectations. So to me, a more reasonable approach of an old idea is that when you input only, know that that will still make output tough. Like, output isn't going to get any easier, like, relatively speaking. It's still going to be a whole heck of a but you're ready for it, right? You're going to see it. Telling other people, in my opinion, which is still true the way they're framing it, telling people that you input only will eventually lead to output, that's fine, suggested that they continue to have a minimum basis for output. And what I mean by that is, in the old dogmatic way, when you input a lot of things, it makes output easier. As in, you're more likely to output something because you have a drive. You have a normalized drive to want to use it. It's not the same anymore. It's slightly different for like less than 20s. Some people prefer to just know and never do any of it. Actually, by some I mean a lot. They prefer to watch than do. Like, I can't tell you how often it is that you ask someone in their 20s, they know, but can't. Like someone would say, "Oh, you know, I don't have the time to study for my math exam." Meanwhile, they spent 3 hours on Fortnite. Now, they know studying for their exam will help them with their exam grades, likely. That doesn't mean they're going to. I think that's one of that would be a Jane's, like a mentalist, Jane's nature lesson. Regardless of how much knowledge you present to someone, it doesn't necessarily mean their behavior is going to follow suit. The whole idea is humans have specific natures, and it goes through complex decision making, or you can view it as non-complex decision making. It's up to you, but it goes through another layer in which it creates the action. Now, you can have more of a natural instinct thing if you want it, but generally speaking, as one gets older, it becomes more complex. So when you're given all the info, are you more likely to do it? That, I don't know what the statistics are right now, but I'm willing to bet, figuratively, between, whoever is watching this and myself, that the younger audience on the internet will likely be less inclined to do something they know than an older audience. When I get to know something, I am more inclined to do it myself. When a younger audience, when they know when they think they know the thing already, they are less likely to do it. Case in point would be, I don't know, I want to play the guitar. And then they watched a talented person play the guitar. Right. And then they go and read about what they need to do. And then they go and find out what's the best way to do it. And then they go back to seeing who the best players are. And eventually, this column gets so big, they never end up doing it in the first place. They don't. It just gets negated. They don't end up doing the starting up. Now, I would say this is still maybe not the norm, but I think it's quickly becoming the norm. That at an early age, if you're really, really young, being presented with heightened input creates an inability to output anything. And I think this goes with language learning. and not in the sense of everyone. It's more like the experienced versus the inexperienced. For example, if someone tells me, "Oh, you're gonna develop a bad habit while doing this," and I'm like, "All right, I guess we'll find out," because that's interesting. Like I want to know how I address that experience. Someone would say like, "Don't you like want to avoid it because it's gonna create a bad problem later down the road?" It's like I don't know that. I mean, I know you say a lot of people do, but maybe I can try to solve it, or I'll keep it in mind. Now that I know, I can do something about it. Right? It's not an inevitability if you know what it is, what's happening, and you're observing what's happening and you become aware of it. But the other situation is usually you avoid something if you know enough about it. And if you think you know it, then you avoid doing it altogether because you don't need to do it anymore. You already know it. Doing is the same thing as knowing, according to the young peeps. And that, to me, is also why being a detective, or being, you know, the mentalist, right? In the show, the mentalist, a lot of his things. Oh, there was a fun one. A scholar. I don't know if you remember this episode. It happens a couple times, you know, whenever they meet. A scholar meets Jane, right? And the scholar would say something like, "Oh, you have a license, and are you schooled in like I don't know, behavioral psychology?" And then Jane, what Jane counters is with experience. That was the concordance. A lot of times he would encounter someone who's an expert, right? Or knowledgeable. But what Jane has is he's an experience in the field. He applied a lot of his things. So oftentimes his challengers are people who know but has less experience. And sometimes one is double standard of the other. So the idea is you can have both knowledge and experience. And they both they tend to complement each other. So oftentimes when there's too much knowledge, then there's less opportunity for experience. So I like that kind of thing. I don't think humans are built in a manner in which one can healthily be arrogant enough that knowing is all you need to do. And the whole overrated, underrated thing, which one's more important? To me, when it comes to learning something, it's sufficiency. You are only as efficacious as your limiting a step to the results you want. So what'd you call it? One of the things that happen a lot is the hyper focus on reducing something, reducing a multi-step process, and not being inclined about the feelings of a person, right? In the end of the day, if you're asking someone to learn a target language, and you ignore the fact that they are motivated by their output a lot of times, because the output is very motivating, disallowing and constantly downplaying whatever is true, like say it is true. The more input you have, the more knowledge you gain. That's fair. If it comes at the expense of producing any of the results that they care about, then you have not achieved the goal. You did not, in my opinion, create a recipe for success. You created a recipe to inherently prey on people's insecurities in order to set them up for quote unquote failure. And it's not failure based on your methods, it's failure based on the pre-selection. So the person is not ideally targeted for the product that you have. So oftentimes when you have a product, especially for learning, I often wonder if their selection process, their onboarding, the way they express their method, is it clear and explicit enough to select for individuals that would not be hindered by that product. But generally speaking, products are defended, given the benefit of the doubt that it's the onerous is on the customer. So if it didn't work for the customer, then it's the customer's problem, not the creator. And for myself, that's well and good from a business standpoint, makes sense. For me, that would hurt my integrity. I would have professional integrity issues because I would make sure, I would also like to make the disclaimer and stuff. Like one of the things would be like, if my product doesn't have anything dealing with output, I have to consider the idea that what are the ramifications of not having output as part of my product, right? Despite truly believing that it's the fastest way to acquire a language, what are the pitfalls or the criticisms of my approach? That's null hypothesis testing. That's peer review. So addressing those things by deferring them to other approaches is something that I would say is a gold standard to me. So, and hear me out, I haven't encountered a product that does that yet. Like inherently built into the product. It usually, the product focuses and double downs on focusing on confirmation bias, on like what they offer. Like for example, a product that supports immersion, for example, it doesn't take into account people who are interested in translation. Right. What they do is they downplay translation and then start with translation in order to get to immersion. That's usually what happens. And but the idea is they're like, oh, we're just gonna start with translation, but it's not gonna be forever. Like we're trying to get you away from translation, but we're still using translation. But they don't say how the translation can be important or facilitate or whatnot. They just say it's a step to get to immersion. Like that is results, not process. However, there are new products along the way now that does more of this, and they're like hubs. And what they do is they collect multiple steps, different steps, and combine and allows the user to go back and forth between them. And what I like to believe in the future is if you're interested in this step and it sounds like you're doing it a lot, it'll encourage you to use a different step and a different step or go back and forth. And that creates what I think is a gold standard, where you don't focus on reductively making something sound too good to be true. And that's the blatant issue, in my opinion, that I have with specific products for my own benefit. Like, that doesn't mean I'm not going to use their products. I know that I'm not only going to use one product. It's a general fallacy to think that your process ends with one thing or ever one step. It's ironic, though, in my opinion, that it takes a very long time for people to either realize that or they never choose to realize that. Like when you have someone who becomes successful, right? Like successful at whatever they're doing, it's often going to be like, well, you should start somewhere. Right? And when you start somewhere, whatever's like, and then your goal is down here, right? Your goal is down here. How do you get there is not this straight line. It's gonna be like this. And even more so, this goal that you originally had could be up here by the time you get to it. So this is the do. This is the know. And this is the know. It's both. I'm not saying it's one or the other, but there's a lot of no going around and there's a lot less do going around. And that's probably the end of that. That's probably the main point. There's something that's being overrepresented and there's something that's being underrepresented. And I think it's I think right now it's consistently the opposite. It's someone who has an older form of perspective because the people around them, the environment they're used to informing is of a certain quality. And then not taking that into account, their product is creating a double down on something that may not necessarily be the thing they lack. I don't think people lack knowledge right now. They lack application. So the internet is filled with lots of information. There's there's a lot of information, but not necessarily what to do with it. And that goes with language learning. Like someone coming along and saying, oh, you know, I already went over this once. I'll remember it. Don't worry about it. I'll retain what I learned once. You only need to learn it once, and then now you basically know it, right? Well, I don't know. Did you do anything with it? The moment you do something with it, you'll probably get the answer yourself if you know it or not. In fact, this thing, I prefer, this is personally for me, since I think the knowledge part is pretty readily available. I prefer to know what to do with this in 4 or 5 different ways than to know 4 or 5 more times a knowledge with this. Like what I mean is, I would like to know how to use this. Like for example, if I knew the vocabulary 是, I would like to know how 是 can be combined or used in 5 different ways. Then know one natural way. I would do that. Know why? Because those 5 different ways, one of them could be the natural way. You don't know. You just don't know. But the idea is I know more ways to use something than the one way that everyone thinks is the best way. Like that's personal for me, like anecdote. So when someone tells me how to naturally say something, they're talking about the natural way to say something. Well, my thought is, how many different ways can you say it? Now, this is the inevitable question. When someone says the natural way, they're talking about quality. And they can view this as quantity. So their argument, which is I'm aware, it's a valid argument. And I would say, yes, I could also, so I'm choosing to value quantity over quality here. I understand that theirs is higher in quality. So if you know the natural way to say something is likely the natural way, it's usually more limited than natural plus unnatural. Now here's where the double standard happens. I can appreciate that when they say learning the natural way is the best way, like through like native content and stuff, is the best way because the quality is better. It gets closer to the reflection of what you're going to use in the environment. So your time is best invested in the fewer ways that it can be correct or natural versus the many different ways that it can be used technically, right? The double standard here is a person who says this, are they able to appreciate the pros and cons of what I'm doing? If they aren't, then they don't understand. And hear me out. If this is overrepresented, then more people are likely going to understand this point of view. So I am prepared for that. More people tell me this angle than this angle. So I am more likely to understand what this angle means. I can explain why someone would come up to me and say, if you have time to do that, you might as well do that. What's the point of doing all the other ways? Well, are you going to sit there and listen to my defense or suggestion of what it means to do quantity over quality when it comes to methods? It means that you don't get stuck on a single method. So my rebuttal is, okay, what happens if this limited way doesn't work? Or maybe you wouldn't, and then the person was like, well, it works. It works. And that's all you have to know. It's guaranteed to work. It's like there's no such thing as a guarantee, but I'll let you have it. So if you believe that it is the only way that works, I have no qualms to conceding. If you believe it's the only way that works, then that's fine. Now the question is it the same as saying everything else doesn't work? And that other person will never know. Like they could tell me, oh, but you know, some people, like people say it doesn't work. It's like, but you don't know that, right? You didn't try it. You didn't do it. And then it's like, well, you know, other people tried it. It's like, are you sure that other people tried it? Like, are you talking about the people who didn't believe in it or like do it? Like, are you talking about people who end up agreeing with you? Or are you looking for people who had it work? Because if you're focused on making sure this works, then the likelihood is you are focusing on confirming that this doesn't work. Like all the other things don't work. And I'm not, of course, the expert. So the people who tried a lot of things, they know what works better and works less. So when they speak about different types of methods like quantities, they would be able to say how it can still work, but not ideal to them, right? So that is the difference. And what happens here is one has limited experience in terms of its breadth, and one has experience in terms of its breadth, right? So that's the difference, in my opinion. So do you want to, if you're solving a problem and you can't solve it, what is the solution? Try other things. But if you're stuck in this rut of quality, then good luck finding the next thing, because it's probably not going to be the same as the first thing. And you know what's another downside about that, or like a opposing thing that can be tough, and you have to set yourself up. You have to be like ready to think this way so you can address it. When you're focused on quality, you're also focused. Oh, I already talked about this in terms of academia. Academia versus industry the other 2 days. Quality, quantity. They're not exclusive. Like academia tries to have both, right? Both of these. So does industry. However, one is leaned heavier than the other because it's about sufficiency versus ideal, right? Best. And it constantly goes back to this most of the time. So one, it can be tough. It's generally tough to work in more things. When you're focused on best, it's tough to work in more things. When you're focused on sufficiency, it's tough to focus on one thing and specialize in it. So, and then you could argue diversification is more likely here on this side, and then specialization. So ultimately, being aware of your nature and being aware of what the consequences of your nature is can help with that. If I am someone who constantly focuses on ideals, I should also be aware of all of its shortcomings if that thing presents itself. So if the method that I make is, if the method that I chose is coincidentally the best, right? It happens to be the best, then I am not incentivized to diversify. And with that lack of diversification, the next time something doesn't work, it's gonna be a little tough to start diversifying again. And then the opposite is true. So when I am very diverse, I need to discipline myself to focus on a few things. Otherwise, I will start learning like 14 different languages and I can't focus on any of them. Right? So I am a person who's lean towards diversification. But I also try to exercise discipline so I don't end up in a situation in which I'm stretched so thin that I no longer have quality understanding of any of them. So, I take a step back when it's too far and then back and forth. So yeah, I'm not doing 4 or 5 things at once anymore. I found out where my limit is and then I take a step back. So now I'm focusing again on the things that make me love to do this thing. I don't want to lose focus of what I enjoy about this. And what I enjoy about this is learning. Not fluency. Not even close. Fluency is like 10% of my motivations. I might even give it like 2% of my motivations. Learning is like 90%. It's the journey. Honestly, I think it's a little bit, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive here. I think it's disrespectful a little bit, or maybe like unintentionally disrespectful to me when someone says it's about the journey, not the destination, and then the first thing you tell me and the first thing you ask of me is what my results are. You don't believe in that. Your behavior and the way you speak is not indicative of someone who believes the words that they are saying. If you love language learning, you do not hyper-focus on the results. I think there's a dissonance there. And to me, the reason why I'm being a little bit harsh and direct is because, in my opinion, the sooner you recognize that and become aware of that, you can choose to have a more healthier relationship, and you would have more control over how to best address that. Because if you do care about fluency over learning, then you actually enjoy the destination. You actually look forward to the destination over the journey, and you can make that work. How do you make the destination work over the journey? You make small destinations. You know, instead of looking at language learning as 0 to goal, if you're a destination person, add more destinations. And you want to hype up those destinations as forms of reward. And that's what Duolingo does, by the way. How does Duolingo do it? Streaks. They make it so that your goal is ever present. So when someone says like, oh yeah, Duolingo is boring, but I really like the streak system, it's like you don't like learning. You like the goal. You like the reward. The reward is what makes you tick. So if you're aware of that, you're not lying to yourself, in my opinion, or unintentionally lying to yourself. Like, if you keep saying you love the journey, and when I ask you a question and all you ever talk about is results over and over again, I typically try to ask, maybe it's something else you like. Because the moment you can know what you like, you can focus on it and you can change it so that it works well for you. You don't have to like something that you really don't. And that's what, you know, psychologists and other people help with someone who's chronically upset about themselves. If you have someone who's like depressed, right? Incredibly chronically depressed. One of the things is they're not aware. Awareness is not there. So someone else outside can help. A third person can help provide that awareness in order to address what's happening, right? It's a little bit of victim blaming, slightly. But the victim themselves, if they're not aware of what they're doing, then they're not victimizing themselves. They're doing something, but could be done in a different way, in my opinion. And that's where like having a third party, having a supportive other person, knowing you and seeing what you do can help with that. Because the last time I checked, I swear, 3 out of 4 people says they like learning. And they keep talking about how to reduce learning. Right? And when they're saying learning, they keep talking about results. So they like reward. Learning that process usually has very little to do with reward. Reward is application. What's a reward? Getting to use the thing you learned. It's after learning it. So when someone says, oh, I really love learning because now I can say this and I understand it. It's like, that's not that's not the learning. You didn't describe anything about the learning. You described what happens after learning. So you can do that. You can focus on making the reward better. You can focus on application, output. Elevate output so that you can get it to produce more input. So when someone says, oh yeah, output doesn't help you learn more language, I agree. I agree. Because output is outputting something you already know. So you're not like learning anything when you're outputting, but you can use other things from output to get yourself, to motivate yourself, to input more. That, in my opinion, is what's facing younger people and maybe really, really older people who don't believe in themselves anymore. Because if you don't believe that you can learn another language, it's because in a while you haven't outputted anything you've learned, right? You've been using your native language. So if you don't get an adult to see and apply immediately the things they learn, then they're not motivated to input anymore. So it's a step in the process. No, the output itself doesn't produce direct input, but the consequence of output can motivate more input. And I think that requires an open dialogue. That this is being negated entirely. This is not an option for people who get into language. The serious language learner is someone that does not do this right now. That's what's trendy. I would say greater than 50% of serious language learners think that the nature of output, the application of what you learn, is not sufficient or significantly impact input. You just input all the time, and it's a better use of your time. Like, that's probably true from an efficiency standpoint. It's in my opinion, it's arguably contentious from a sustainability and retention perspective. I think retention is far higher of preserving the things you've learned, despite having a smaller volume of the things you learn, when output is emphasized over input. So if you learn 10 words and you decided, oh, go out and here are the 10 words that can be applied. Have you tried these yet? Have you done these yet? If you go out and do these, you're more likely to retain it. Yes, it's going to take a lot of the time that you could be using for input, but you'll still retain those 10. So, and what is the main like tough decision about SRS? People don't remember it anymore because they're focused on, they don't like learning, they like results. So even in this aspect, when you learn something and you spend like a year and then you're like, oh, I forgot it all, now I'm back again and doing it, and you just kind of feel miffed, like you're wasting your time and whatnot. Like, yeah, because I think most people like the results of the things they do. They do not care how they get the results. They want it fast. They're not interested in how the process is different. They're not interested in different learning methods. They dislike language learning. They do everything possible to reduce the amount of work you need to do or the amount of things you need to learn on how to learn. Like, for me, I spend collecting those methods. That to me is my jam. Like, I play video games because I want to know how video games can be made. Now, enjoying the video game is an extra bonus. Like, a game could be really crappy. Like, what I mean by crappy is it can be horribly disinteresting, but I know what makes it horribly interesting to me. So it's still worth playing. I get to learn what is a horribly disinteresting experience for me, because learning how and why helps me either avoid this in the future or improve it in the future or learn to like it. Who knows? There's so many ways you can do it. Like when you learn how things work. So that's kind of my jam, right? And yes, you do run out of time with if you're like me. One of the problems is you run out of time because without discipline, I could be like up to 15 languages now if I lost control, right? If I lost control, I could be like learning 15 languages at 10 minutes each immediately. Like, and that's not what I can, and that's not realistic. So I still understand quality and quantity. The question is, do you understand the nature of yourself and your complex decision making? I like to think that there wasn't someone who has challenged me openly that know me well enough to say, yeah, you behave a certain way, but you most definitely think you're something else. Do I think I'm a genius? No, I don't actually think I'm a genius. So, do I act like a genius? At least I don't think I act like a genius, right? Broke a record and played for more than 1 hour today. Oh, you mean Persona? Only because you were streaming it? Oh boy, coffers. So that's probably my hot take. Here's my hot take. Hot take. Do you act like what you know? It has been a very, very long time since someone who knows me really well was confused by the way I act. And what I mean by act, I also mean speaking. Speaking is an act. So the things I say, I attract people who I know really well over the longer period because I believe that they understand. I believe that whatever I'm saying and however I'm behaving is concordant with the way I'm acting. So the people around me, I'm genuinely not upset about them, because if they understand it, then they are probably people that I understand as well. So those who lie to me, those who insult me are people I don't understand, and they're not around anymore. Right? It's like very fitting. Now, if you know this, you can also choose how to interact with those people. Like, how do I interact with someone who's just out to hurt my feelings? I ask them how they're feeling. Like, for me, it's far more productive to be interested in how they're feeling if they're already angry at me. So make it not about me, make it about them. Perhaps that helps, right? Okay, you were what? You were gamboing on the capsules? Wait, what capsules? Oh, you mean the contract stuff? And you pulled a lolly 5-star on the standard banner? A lolly, is it the one with the glasses? She's probably the only one that wears glasses, so we'll use glasses. The one with goggles. Oh, the gumball machines. Oh yeah, I totally did too. By the way, coffers, I collected all of them. She has a giant mech, yes, the one with the goggles, and she has like an explorer hat. Or like an army hat or something. She looks like she's going on an expedition. Yeah, I forgot her name. And I think her property is psychic, which is this purple swirly. Yeah, I think she's the only lolly. Expedition after the Gomage. Yeah. There is a Gomage. There is a Gomage moment in P5X coffers. I'll let you figure out which moment I'm thinking of. I said it in the 1.1 stream. I'm like, wait, did they just heckin' clear obscure me? There's a couple clear obscure moments, and there's a couple Gomage moments in the game. Oh, the capsules? I totally collected all the capsules already. But yes. Yeah, you totally... The gumball machine. That's where the money goes. Oh, which, by the way, you can recycle offers. You can recycle the gumball machines for mats. Or random things. So those mats will come in handy. So it's not like all money like not well spent. When you recycle, it gives you like gifts to give to other characters and mats to do other activities. So still works out. Oh yeah, and you can trade with other people too. Yeah, the people you know. Yeah, you can put up requests and stuff. But I would say the vast majority of people would collect all the capsules and then just not use it anymore because it's for the collection. But yeah. All right. Sorry guys. A little side digression. That's all in the name of the Yap trophy. I'm looking for the Yap trophy. Is there? I wonder if there's like a secret reward, you know, like in a low-key lowest viewership Yap award. I think I would go for something like that. We gotta make it happen. All right. I still have to do WaniKani today, so... What time is it? 6:30? I needed to wait till 5 p.m. So now I think we have 2 stacks of lessons. That's okay. The later WaniKani is gonna go, the less lessons I'm gonna have for tomorrow, which that's kind of a problem. Alright. Glitter bomb, shellfish. Something about a holy glitter bomb and being paid in shellfish, but they stink. Who was it though? Uh-oh. Dang it. It wasn't Patrick. Oh wait, I typed the wrong thing. It's in the chapel. So it's someone in the chapel. Okay, how about this one? This is the skin. Email.
Poor.
Office, trying to skip out on work. I don't have anything to do in P5X coffers. Save me. There's nothing to do. Spade. Let's see. Spade and car. Imagine having a game that people are convinced that it's only there to make you want to play the game and be attached to the game, and all I can think about is there's nothing to do in the game anymore. It's a healthy thing, you know. It's my break time. Spade, carry out the door, lots of toilet paper. In high school.
在
Zelda Triforce car. This is the altar. Put a little bit of woods on top, but then the doctor comes in and is like, no, boy genius. Trees and altars are prohibited in the bathroom of the infirmary.
静
That's how you do it. This one is the dirt and mouth guards. This is the pep. Coffers. No, Patrick. You know, that's kind of funny. I think I kind of think of you as Patrick the Star. Patrick Star. That's funny. Alright. So, Patrick, he's definitely chilling in the living room. And then there's like soil in the corner, and he's just like cultivating mouth guards. When he's cultivating, it's helping him with his soul, but where is he? Is he in the beach house? He's in the beach house, probably.
陪
Cultivate. And then I got this mixed up with the last one. So who's bringing in the glitter bomb? And it's in the chapel. And it's a chapel basement. Jimmy Neutron? It's not Jimmy Neutron. I actually forgot who it is. Oh, it's Shrek. So, how do I make this about Shrek? There's nothing involved in Shrek, huh? Yeah, that's what happened. There's mnemonic Shrek. Maybe stinky things. Stinky things could be a Shrek thing, I suppose. Stinky swamp. Maybe it stinks that he got something that reminds him of a stinky swamp. Although shellfish isn't usually found in a swamp. But all right, we'll go with that. Oops. Wait, what did this mean? The more I play, you feel a habit forming. It's getting more fun and interesting. Really? Uh-oh. I've run out of things to do, so I can't really relate. Oh, this is reward, right? Yeah.
上
Okay. All right. I hope. Well, I hope you get to play the different modes before the next modes come out. There are 3 or 4 more modes coming in hot, and then like it's gonna come in hot because they're accelerating their roadmap to catch up. So it's like cramming a whole year's worth of things into like half a month or half a year. And I don't know how time limited they are. The current modes are going to be permanent still though. All right, let's get on to this. So now what are you gonna do? Now that you've survived your mental I don't know what you call it. Mental practice. What are you gonna vibe to now today? Why do I think it's... That doesn't work. Back to Hearthstone, trying to get a win? What do you mean by trying to get a win? Oh, you were getting bopped in the morning. Oh.
打字
我每天在电脑上打字。
提供
这家公司提供免费咨询。
进
Like a first place, no second and third. Oh, I see.
折
That's the wrong tone on the first thing. 1-4 mix up.
血压
病人的血压平稳。
供求
这是供求的问题。
Oh, I think I got stuck on this last time. Oh, no, it took a while. It took a while. Oh, I can only think of it as my. That's supposed to be my? No. My doesn't have the mouth. I don't know. What? Thought that was... Huh. Huh.
致命
一座火山是一个致命的地方。
Is that not mild? Hmm.
日期
你可以改日期吗？
What? What?
严重
这是一个严重的警告。
严格
他是一位严格的老师。
日期？你可以改日期吗？ An appointment? A date? A time period? What is going on? Hmm.
次
Dang it.
阵容
这个音乐节的阵容很棒。
阵容？ organization, arrangement, battle formation, location, 日期. What is this? A date? Yeah. So time is fine. Appointment is fine. It's more like a scheduled time. That's what I'm referring to. And YOLO?
但
Okay. Okay. It's what I thought it was, but I kind of pepped. Oh, whoops. I wrote that backwards. 时候 not 时货.
社
Or society, yeah.
手指
外星人有6根手指。
What the heck is this? It contains the battle formation. So like a lineup? Oh, okay.
时候
5点的时候他不在家。
So we're still fine.
背
Still fine. Talk to me. Speak to me. What am I looking at? Elbow pads, Foreman, Charge, Charlie Brown. 彻夜.
彻夜
我彻夜没睡。
哦，
扫描
我需要扫描一些照片。
Listen, Coffers, don't these characters speak to you too? Just look at it. Look at the curve. Look at the strokes. Look at the box. Stare into the void.
扩
Become one with the symbols.
垃圾
垃圾不要丢
By
在
the
这
way,
里。
this means garbage. Less. Don't stare into that. You might become garbage. Don't stare into garbage. Less might be a problem.
彻底
他们彻底解决了这个困难。
困难哦。Thorough or thoroughly, okay. Oops, typo. Ah! Wait, what happened? Oh, that's Saul. What am I doing?
是阅读
阅读是一个好习惯。
必阶梯
他爬上了山的阶梯。
未婚妻，
他的未婚妻出轨了。
Okay.
托
Oh, this mnemonic's pretty funny. Tom the cat coffers. Tom the cat. Yes, that Tom. Tom the cat is waiting outside, disgruntled, waiting for his boss, who happens to be a merman, to exit out of the office building. And when he finally exited out of the office building, Tom proceeded to walk up to him, take off his shorts to moon the boss. That's the mnemonic for this. Cool. Or to take off. Although it's kind of difficult to imagine Tom with pants to begin with. And so it's very difficult to imagine him with pants to start with.
摆平，
父母总是能摆平争吵。
容易，
学中文很容易，只是需要时间。
学中文很容易，只是需要时间。Studying Chinese is easy. You only need to have time. You know, only to invest time. You know, it didn't say invest, but it only requires time. Studying Chinese is easy. Only requires time. Okay. Ooh. The heck am I looking at? Alright, so we got suit, eyes. Is that supposed to be okay? Guard. I actually have no idea. Oh no, that's a problem. I have no idea. Some sort of dress, though. Or is that supposed to be? No. You have no idea. Oh, no. The walking eye is the problem here. You have no idea. No, this is a complete blog. Oh, it is. Oh, it was. Whoops. It was that. But how did the eyeball come around? I was thinking shirt, so it had to have been a shirt. But it was a Cheng Sheng, right? Cheng Sheng. But how did the eye work? Watching, oh, because he got in a fight with a walking eye over his guard job. The lightning needed to be clean. And there's a tree next to it. Yeah, this one is pretty pep. It's fine. I think we're okay with that. I was gonna just bootstrap through Chunsheng, which it's one of them. And it was Chung would be the first guess. It would have been a 50-50.
电梯，
你的公寓大楼有电梯吗？
扫兴，
这个消息扫兴了大家的心情。
摆设，
餐厅的摆设很好。
Okay.
“翻阅”，
我在图书馆翻阅杂志。
纸，贴图，
我常常用贴图来回复讯息。
喂，
Oh no! Wait. The shellfish net hero combination. Wait, hold up. Son of a bee sting. I can figure that one out.
灯，是，花，
Wait, what?
吵架，
Oh.
他们因小事吵架了。
老旧，
这双鞋子很老旧。
坐，
Dang it. It's a seat, not a sit.
记得，
你记得我的生日吗？
It is no, but remember is closer, but it's still no. Ugh. Takes me a while to get this, even though it occurred multiple times already.
打扫，
我每周六都要打扫房子。
月亮，
今晚的月亮很亮。
示弱，
在对手面前不能示弱。
站， 细兄弟
他有好几个兄弟姐妹。
举例
举例说明，
lift sample 说明 What? Raise an example, like to demonstrate, or yeah, to give an example to demonstrate. Still good. I guess for instance is still fine. Oh, wait. Yeah, this was it. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. What?
破案
破案后，罪犯被逮捕了。
Wait, that gut feeling failed so hard. I was like half and half.
咬锯
What? Huh.
测
Wait, what? Oh, 正义
诗
What? Is it 正义 正义 not 正义 I thought
连续剧
这
oh
部连续剧很有趣。
去
What? Oh, I got it confused with something else. I don't want to talk about it. I was so fixated on general. That's not general. Oh, that's the character that I was referring to. That's why I was getting general mixed up. Here was that underneath a dress underneath. I was too fixated. It happens. What is this thread and turkey thing? Oh, silk and turkey thing.
为 表示
表示衷心的感谢。
Okay, so what happened here? Break? Oh no, that's the break. Oh, solve the case. Yellow? That didn't work.
装 怀
Why?
时尚
这是一本时尚杂志。
养
What the? Oh, I missed the G.
消 玉 醒 讨论
没有必要再讨论了。
电灯
电灯把大街照得烁亮。
取胜
他相信他能取胜。
I'd still take a seize victory or prevail. Still seize victory. Score success. Win victory. Yeah, yeah.
员工
我们公司对员工很好。
Son of a bee sting. Wait, what?
"创 预测
我预测世界会结束。
Predict. That's fine. Predict or forecast. Okay. What? Oh, Kuan Yuan, not Yuan.
办 购买
你无法购买爱情。
全，阻力，
船会在水中受到阻力。
饿死，
他饿死了。
转变，
转变立场。
转变，
和，善，
what is going on? It's Chung. Oh, dude, I totally typed that already. I've done every single possible. That's so annoying.
衬衣，
衬衣破了一个洞。
Chung. Okay, we'll add Chung to. We'll do that today. You know what? I should write Chung. I should be more vigilant. We'll just write it in Pinyin on the notepad and we'll try to write it later.
吸管，
塑胶吸管对环境不好。
只好，
下雨了，我们只好回家。
Should is a better word for that place, I suppose.
世界，
世界每天都在变，
地址，
请载我到这个地址。
磨，诗，性，
Oh, really? Oh, that's Zhu, not Kwang. Zhu. Zhu. What in the... What am I looking at? Oh no. I want to say... like...
紧张，
我没有准备好，心里很紧张。
心里很紧张。哎，
结构，
文章的结构很清晰。
哦，
临床，
临床经验对医生很重要。
报， 越来越，
天越来越冷了。
美好，
今天真是美好的一天。
朝代，
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
What? 日好 best? It's best we return?
车，
What? We have to? Must? Oh. Best. In this case. It's best only. Actually, it can also be better. Like we must return, but we best return, as in like we must. It's ideal that we return, or only can kind of work there. I don't know why I typed only before. Oh, wait. Oh no, I got mixed up.
乐器，
我喜欢演奏不同的乐器。
历史，
历史是研究过去的学问。
显眼，
他戴着一顶显眼的大红帽子。
This is Huang.
矿，
I was mixing Huang with Zhu. And something like survive or oh no, that's not it. The heck did Quan? Like look over, overlook. Or like evaluate, like think about it.
指南针，
指南针是很重要的导航工具。
电影院，
我的朋友在电影院工作。
住院，
祝愿您健康长寿。
低价，
低价住房。
静，五月，
五月是春天的季节。
哇咦！
身份证，
我的身份证在我的钱包里。
Yep. Is this the... No, this isn't it. Wait. Hold. Oh no. Oh no, I don't... Oh no. Wait. No. I'll do this. No, it can't be that, right? Oh, it
让
is. It is. It's 让. It's like to relent, or like, how do you do it? To concede, relent. Oops. To like yield. Yeah, I need relent. You finally got the win. What did you play? To concede, to relinquish. Yeah. And then one is to situation. Oh, fine. I guess Quan should be one. We have Quan and Strong as well, with mixed with Ju. Then a pick. Wow, you let the game go on so long that you got 4 copies of the Storm Crusher. What is that? What kind of game is that? Dang, that's some OP. That's some sweat right there. What? Oh, true roll. Oops.
阶级
中国社会的阶级，
阶级 stairs and level? Stair rank? Oops. Social class, but social status. I totally misspelled status though.
零寒冷
Heckin, Foreman, and Shellfish.
拜
Wait,
潮湿
今天的天气非常潮湿。
True was a weak one as of recent. Whoa, wait. Wait, I don't see how that's wrong. Oh. I see how that's wrong.
早就
他早就知道，
夫妇
那对夫妇有一个孩子，
主妇
主妇的工作非常辛苦。
Now what are you gonna do? What are you doing next?
鲜花
花店里有各种各样的鲜花，
故
What? That's what you're gonna do now? Alright. Sure.
闹
I see. It's that time, huh?
鼠
In Minecraft.
猪肉
这家餐厅的猪肉很嫩。
寒假
寒假我要去旅行。
商讨
我们需要商讨明天的计划。
Shangtao, really? Huh. Oh no. Wait, that's not what I think it is. Oh no, I got those mixed up too.
招生
学校有招生名额。
刷
That was awkward. I actually got the pinyin mixed up, not the character, the pinyin. All right, we got 4. I wrote them down. I got to get back to writing things down. I still got WaniKani after this though. I think today is relatively okay. Tomorrow is a bye day as well. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Level 38. Hey, that's my age. 38. Good number, good number. General Bulldog as a reward. Wait. General, oh. Jiang. Sure. War. 在 静 Pay. Pay is gonna be lost. Pay is really weak. Super weak. 想 Pay is definitely the weakest. Hey, Pay. Okay. Yang. 让消 消解 树 no not 树 摔个 提炼 儿童 儿童。绿地。童话。帽子。大绿。燃料。童年。垃圾袋。点燃。Actually, that's not bad. This vocabulary set is pretty chill today. Although I guess this is the first thing I did today. Definitely higher in energy, for sure. So we got Jimmy Neutron, the Gymster finding himself in the basement of the chapel, conducting secret weapon design for the priest general. The priest general, or general priest, who rewarded him for designing weapons for the upcoming crusade, right? With a holy bulldog. Maybe like a bulldog statue or something. That's fine. It's an okay one. Then we have James Bond going up to his bathroom, where he is trying to do something goofy for once, where he tried to shoot the sun against his better wisdom. He tried to hit the sun by shooting a dart from his mouth. They were better. He had better days. This one, not so much. Then we had Patrick Starr, who's trying to sneak outside, who's being sneaking in the office building, dressed up in a woman costume or skin, right? Does the spray have anything to do with it? Oh, and then it disguises him with some like spray women perfume. But nah, he's not gonna get away with it. He's just trying to slack off with work, right? Then we have Zelda, who is in the bathroom on cleaning duty in the bathroom of a high school, where she's taking her spade and she's cleaning up after a recent prank. She's taking her spade and carrying a bunch of moldy toilet paper, like wet toilet paper, a mound of it, and then just throwing it out the window and onto a car to carry away to the dump. A Triforce, so throw in Triforce somewhere. It's all good. Alright, so now we have Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the infirmary, where he decided to experiment with something by modifying an altar with some trees. Whatever the experiment is strictly prohibited, as the doctor mentions as he enters, reprimanding Jimmy. Alright, now we have Patrick Starr once again. This time he's in the beach house. Doing weird things again because his tomfoolery. He noticed that he noticed that there's some soil in the living room of the beach house. Soil and sand. And he's trying to cultivate mouth guards for whatever reason. Or attempting to. Because somehow it brings joy to his life. And then we have Shrek. Shrek finding himself going to the basement of the chapel, returning a holy glitter bomb to the priest. He was rewarded with some shellfish. Pretty underwhelming for an ogre, you know? Pretty underwhelming. Let's see. 4 things. Chung. Chung. Chung was, what is it? It's a whole mess, but I don't remember the left side. Dang it! I forgot the left side for lining. Oh, it's a suit lining with eyes and guard job and a tree, right? So Chung is okay, Chung, which is part of his shirt, like Chung, right? Chung. Then we had Hoang. Hoang was for situation. And then related to that is what I was getting them a little mixed up here. We had Zhu. Zhu is wish well. And then Zhuang, which is kind of related to all these because of the nature of the mnemonic. Zhuang, which is waitress, soldier, dress. Yeah, Zhuang, which is attire. All of these deal with a suit. Sort of. All of them have a suit in them. Like, the mnemonic has something to do with clothing. Okay, that's it for HanziHero today. Alright folks, let's wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, right? Try it out. Always welcome to share some stories, insights, commentary. I'm all for. I typically bring something to share most of the time each day, right? And I welcome any other banter. As always, most things that I say are really commentary and observations. They're not from experience, not necessarily some really well researched or statistical bootstrapping. I think that's left for all those people who are much more interested in that type of data science, right? If you're only interested in HanziHero, right? 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up walk around, and I'll be back for WaniKani. Be back in a bit. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は196日目です。It is day 196. Got 3 days left, including today. So doing some prep work in the back, finding out what I'm going to talk about on the day 200, things that I want to highlight, right? Not to overwork myself for now. We did backward schedule because it took till recently, although I did yap a lot today. we had to wait for our lessons to roll around. It is 9 minutes from 8 p.m., so we'll grab this too. Tomorrow is not level up day. Right, it'll be the day after. It'll be on Wednesday, which makes it, yeah, we're pretty good. It'll be like in the middle, right? And then all of these will happen eventually tomorrow. We'll probably only do half of these. Oh, actually, yeah, the day after is gonna be pretty. Oh no, it's not level up day, but it's second peak day. Second peak day. I was like, holy. It almost felt like it was just yesterday, and it was 2 days ago. Oh, look at this. What happened here? Anyways, buying a little bit of time. Let's get right into it. I think the large majority, there's gonna be like 20, maybe 20 burns, and the rest are new vocabulary, right? As a reminder, burn items, we got chikara, fudge sickle sticks. That's a lot. Nah, it's fine. That's a lot. It really is a lot, huh? What is it total? Let's see. So we start with 120. We'll say 124. So that's 204. That's kind of that's definitely on the high side. Hopefully 204 is like as high as we go. I don't like having like that's probably the highest because there's areas where it lines up like this. Anyways, so for burns we have chikara, tadashi or tadasu, and what was it? Tsuchi. I think those are the three that we have so far that can find some company that may resurrect. We might resurrect those if more problems come up. All right, so let's get into it. All right, WaniKani. No whammies, right?
Kyujin.
Kyujin. Kyujin expert. Okay. What? Sorry. oh. Job posting. Alright, we gotta settle in here. Sorry.
Yakitori.
Yakitori. Grilled chicken. I haven't said the English meaning of most of these in a while, actually. Like, actually say them out loud as a part of my... We've started fading away from saying the English and just registering what it means afterwards. Except for the new ones. So I'll have to describe that. That's something I should mention in the 200-day review. When and where do I repeat the process? It's going to be a fun... I'm trying to draw out like a web of how it works. Like, how do I go from Japanese first to English, then how from English to Japanese? It's going to take a little bit. But there's some steps to it. There's definitely some steps I can break down to it. Self. What was this? Self and winter? It's English to Japanese at first, and then after guruing it, it becomes Japanese to English unless something really weird comes up. Or something really tough.
非常口。
Yoguchi.
お持ち帰り。
Omochikairi. I think that, Brie, I think that Speakly thing is gonna come up sooner than we might think. And I think we're gonna probably do like the Pomodoro thing by going back and forth between French and Spanish. I think that's gonna be what we're gonna do. So it's more like a upper body and lower body exercise kind of thing. Possibly. Maybe. Still ways off though.
非常に
Johnny. It's definitely not this month or next month. Again, like going out, Otakon, around Otakon, I tend to try to take it easy. So when I go to Otakon, I'm at like 200 or 300%. So I try to make sure I'm as cheery as possible
静止
for the peeps, for the kiddos. Tongue. Ugh! Multiple steps for tongue. Okay.
Zenso
Denso. Oops. Tachi.
友達 警察署
Eisatsu. Oops. Yeah, I think we might give Duolingo an axe largely because there are more important things now. That's kind of what my plan is now. I'd be lying if it isn't because it's all your fault, Brie. Be proud. I think we can't make room for that. That's just gonna be a plan C now. Going back to finish that. Although I'm still like keeping up with it. Like when I'm walking around and stuff, I'm still like reviewing things. It's just on pause. We just review the things we already know. It's all your fault though. The heck is dry flowers? Oh, potato?
Kitaguchi
Akuchi.
Kanashimi
Nashimi.
Sensha
Densha. Because we gotta get on that. I'm sticking to what I said earlier. If there's enough enthusiasm or passion, we drop other things that are less enthusiastic and less interesting. You gotta work it in. Work it in.
Keikan
Kan. Guan. I messed up Guan yesterday. There's Kan, by the way. Okay. Okay. That's fine.
Tokeru
Okeru. No, right? What? Wait. Wait. Hold. Oh, just kidding.
全面
Zenmen. Okay. How did this work? 果たして
果たして
So, I don't know, Bree, if you're listening. So, we're thinking sometime in August or September. Probably the time. Because it really does mix up the stuff, huh? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's probably a decent thing to aim for.
説明書
説明書。
平成
平成。ね。I keep typing clam instead of calm. I promise I'm not doing that intentionally. My my pinky is weaker than my, yeah, that makes sense.
喜び
喜び。無意ね、無意識。
無意識
無意識。無意識はね。Wait.
役
役。
総員
総員。
外れる
外れる。うん。
1000万
1000万。Oh. Oh. My gut feeling is failing so hard. Okay.
借家
借家。
伝達
伝達。
洗う
洗う。
達する
達する。あ。What? Wait. 達する。Oh. Just kidding. Oh, wait.
報道
報道。No. Wait. What? No. What is that? Huh. Of what is that? Valley and tsunami. Chi chi? Chi no inu wa ya cha chaui chaui chau. The heck is jiao? This. That's what the. What in the actual is that saying? It's just gonna move it to the end for now.
脳死
We'll see.
達人、
主人
梅干し、
梅干し
許可、
許可 Oops.
重なる、
重なる
細かい、
細かい
原子力、
原子力 Same difference. Oh, this was what I was thinking.
通じる、
My gut feeling confused too. What?
場面
Ramen. What is that? Whoops. Ramen. What? The front of place? Ramen. 어, いろんな場面で活用でも What? Um, what? Okay, I guess we'll leave it for later. I don't see how any of those are disagreeable for Bamen. Vicinity, locale? Interesting. Oops. This takes multiple leaps still. Oops. That's a typo.
悲しい
Enunciate.
洗練
洗練 ね? Oops. Ah,
物騒
so too many typos.
夕焼け
Yuyake.
太刀
Tachi.
配達する
配達する
脳
の
静か
静か
了解
了解 Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 了解 and like complete solving, right? 了解 I got paused on this the other days, so 了解 Dang it. 了解 When you finish solving I'm gonna move this. Uh,
胸
報じる
報じる Oh, really? Wait. Oh. Hmm.
覚える
覚える Whoops, I missed a P.
報告
報告
焼肉
焼肉
情報
情報 Wait, wait. Oh no. Stone. Wait. Oh no, this is just,
さすが
Sasunga. We're getting a little bit better at recognizing them.
恋人
恋人
予報
予報 And that one too.
おととし
Otososhi.
– 借金
借金 Hmm.
許す
許す
大失敗
大失敗
借用
借用ね How does this work? Yes.
よ
よ
洗脳
洗脳日光 Oh, it's yo. Oh, it's yo. Wait. But what is this though? I thought it was like Nico. It's it's the last ending, and it's the kunyomi right off of the other one. So this is a 2 thing. Well, we'll move it to I think I have
一
a
匹
I think I know what it is.
脳みそ
脳みそ
飲酒
飲酒 That was so aggressive.
日焼け
日焼け
借りる
Kariru. Okay, so this is bathe. Yeah. Whoops.
浴びる
Abiru. Bathe in. And what the heck is Bamen? Bamen. How am I interpreting this? Today's gone pretty well though. Pretty well. How do I Bamen this? Imi wa nanka? Amen. Maybe like, oh wait. Locale with the E. Oh, the scene? A setting? Oh, that's fair actually. The locale. I was thinking locale, but I think this is fine. The place, the area, the location. I think these are fine for that. And then we also had this. Ryokai. Ryokai wa like already wrapped up, solved. It's already solved. Did it? Oh, maybe like no. What? Nani kore? Finished solving. Oh no. Maybe it's like if you already know how to solve, it's understanding. Or got it understood. I should go with understood. Understood. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. And then this is sunbathe. I'm pretty sure it uses Nico. And then there's something like changed about the end. Is what I remembered. Maybe since I know it's Yoku now, right? Oh, I don't think it changed. Just kidding. I just wrote it incorrectly, right? Niko Yoku.
日光浴
Niko Yoku. That's right. This is fine. Oh, and then we got our last 13. What? Sure. Whoops.
地面
G-men. What is now? What is land plus face? What? Maybe like environment? What is land face? What is this? Ba-men and G-men are oil face? Surface? Wait, ground? Oh my gosh, whoops. Alright, we're gonna also Earth surface. It's just we're gonna add surface, place, area. Okay.
Doubutsuen.
Gobutsen. What? I didn't even know that all these. I totally forgot that all these were.
外面
Gaiman. Tell me it's surface. Come on. And then is there other outward appear? Okay. It's fine. Surface is fine. External. Yes. All of the above. Yeah. Okay. The heck? Oh, this is excursion, isn't it? Is it? Somehow I feel like there's something weird about. So okay, what are my choices for? It's not. It could be Hashi actually. It could be Ashi. Like Toashi. What are my other choices? Or foot or leg. I wanted to immediately jump to Toon for this. Alright, we're skipping this.
Safe.
That's fine. That's a fine burn. Whoops. What? Oh. I'm having a blank. Owl. Yort. What? How's that not that? Towel and Yort? Oh, I'm Butthead. Seki. Wait a minute. Chicken shellfish. Failure. Lead. Side. Oh, side. But what is the side? You like stick to the side. You get stabbed in the side, right? Gawa, soba, gawa and soba. I don't remember what. Oh, is that how they go about it? Okay. Yeah, this side. Fine.
面白い
Omoshiroi. What? Wait. Is that not what that is? Oh.
画面
Gamen is a screen. Pera pera. The heck is pera pera? Okay. Pretty sure this is excursion. So how are you different? Because it's like far, right? Far. Put it. Going also well today. Version. Or like sufficient. Right, sufficient. So sufficiently far. Soku. So sock is the other read. It's ensoku.
遠足
Ensoku. Or excursions. Alright. It was okay. So where does that leave us? That leaves us for 204 tomorrow, and then it's at 7 p.m. So we're probably gonna end up doing a double, or I start with HanziHero on Wednesday, and then flip the schedule because I still need to boost this past it, and the only way to boost this past it is to flip the schedule, do the new cycle of stuff, and they're less than 24 hours. It's always going to be 24 hours. Like 36 hours from this to like, yeah. Maybe I should deliberately flip schedules too. It feels kind of nice to have Japanese for a change. Yeah, we'll think about it. Kind of halfway already, right? All right. Four harmonics. Become black hole. Direct air. Reason, ego, and become ego. Right. So I reads. Imo. Ka. Setsu. Gen. June. I. I. Yo. Yes. Yo. Fu. I. Sai. Zai. Kon. Batsu. Iki. Shita. Oh. Shita. Satsu. U. Bo. U. Gan. Ton. Bo. Kon. Nan. O. Oku. Kai. Zoku. Then. Zen. Raku. Shi. Alright, we got a few little hiccups at the end, but not too bad. I think we're still pretty okay with like the more recent stuff. Until we get back around to our, what are we at now? Level 3 burns? Level 3 burns are coming around soon. We'll see. And that means there are some leeches. There are going to be some leeches from level 2. I remember there's one level 1 and one level 2 leech. The early levels have some leeches. See how good those work out. Already hit one. Chikara is definitely a leech. Alright. There you have it. That's the end of WaniKani today. Very quick. Not too bad. Tomorrow is going to be all blast from the past. So tomorrow might be... Wait, what do we have for tomorrow? Actually, we're probably only going to do some of the things tomorrow. I could flip the schedule again tomorrow to grab some stuff. Because otherwise we'll only have 5. Because I do plan on starting at 3 p.m. This is local time, 3 p.m. So maybe I do the flip schedule for a little bit. So we can get more of this stuff. Because if I yap, then we get all of this stuff. Which is kind of helpful. Or do a mid-year, just make it official. Do a mid-year flip and start with HanziHero first. I have to take that in consideration. I have like 4 days to decide. Because I kind of want to make some swap ups to how I'm doing this. Again, it's been that long. Alright folks, there you have it. That's a wrap for WaniKani. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu, right? How do I say it's something like mite kurete arigato. Yeah, I think mite kurete arigato. Like, thanks for watching. Right. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Always welcome to stop on by, share some stories, exchange some experiences, brainstorm some new ideas, perhaps. Always down for a good yapping, a good yap session. Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. I'll see you guys next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.